Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena. Tonight you're joining us for Idaho High School esports action as we have a bunch of Idaho high schools visiting the Boise State Esports Arena, ready to fight it out for honor and glory. And we're going to start things out today with a match in a Valorant where we have Twin Falls going up against Nampa High School. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I am joined by Dallin Starnes, the premier Valorant expert that we have with us today.
Oh, man.
It's great to have you with us.
It's an honor, to be frank. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, you're excited to watch and commentate, well, or as you refer to it as your craft.
Valorant is a cool game. I like it.
All righty. Thank you, Dallin. That's what we have from you. And we also have some advice from our own Doc Haskell on how to be good at this Valorant game that Dallin speaks of. And that's going to be Doc's keys to the game in Valorant, and that's going to be to focus angles and flank, know your win condition, count cards and call abilities, and, of course, click heads. It's Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. All righty. Like I said, we've got Twin Falls versus Nampa High, ready to duke it out on everyone's favorite new map that replaced Split, which is Pearl.
I miss Split.
Well, you can spend some more time missing Split when the game actually starts. Right now, we need to talk about Pearl.
Okay. Pearl. I don't know. I've kind of struggled with Pearl, honestly. It's not my favorite, but the aesthetic is really cool. I like the idea of an underwater city. It's just there's so many angles that you can hold. It's just kind of stressful sometimes, you know. It could be like, oh, he was right there. That's cool. But, you know, overall, I think it is a pretty cool map, especially the idea of, like, mid goes into 4 different areas instead of, like, the usual 2. It's just a lot of different areas, just kind of reach out into specific places.
Well, when we talk about Valorant stages, we usually have kind of the clutch agent picks. You have to, you know, if you're playing Breeze or Icebox, you got to pick a Viper. If you're playing Bind, Raze can be really good in there, Raze or Cypher. So what are the picks on Pearl?
I think Chamber is definitely an absolute must-have because of B long and just how well that works for him, you know, just holding that angle, especially with an op or, you know, the headhunter. It just works really well for him. I'm not going to say Yoru. I want to say Yoru, but I'm not going to. I'm going to have some self-restraint today.
Nice. I enjoy it.
Yeah. For those who don't know, I love Yoru.
His Twitter handle literally says Yoru Connoisseur.
That's who I play. I've kind of branched out, but at heart, I am a Yoru player.
Well, he always he's good at it too. He'll get people asking, "Why are you choosing Yoru in ranked?" And then he shows them.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Twin Falls and Nampa High have in store as they're ready to jump into Pearl on this best of 1 to start out our competition for Idaho High School Championships. Let's get into the action and see what both these teams have to offer. As we see the picks going through, and we do not see a chamber being brought out for one of the teams.
There's a chamber on Nampa, but
Twin Falls decided not
picks to go. For especially that Astra. I don't usually see Astras on Pearl. Usually I'm more expecting like a Omen or a Viper usually, because it's just one of those maps that Viper usually can kind of excel at.
If you think she still had all 5 clouds, do you think we'd see her on Pearl?
Definitely. I mean, she was
it's
good
5
for, like,
clouds.
With 5 clouds. You going to call them clouds?
I'm going to call them clouds because I just had so much frustration going up against that agent that everything's a cloud to me.
You're not even going to try and be technically correct by calling them
I'm
stars?
not even going to be because she doesn't deserve it.
She doesn't deserve it.
It was too frustrating going up against Astra. The stars, okay? Are you happy now?
All right, I'm not even going to try and push that. But we do see Nampa trying to push down B long here. Everyone eventually kind of edging over from A towards B.
Fortune is trying to take a quick peek out. Also see a haunt being head out, taken out by Matt. Viper Wall just locking off that sideline as Twin Falls is waiting for Nampa's push. Gonna wait out the util.
It's just this hold, waiting for that first pick. Reyna versus Sky. Both take a hit.
They're just going to exchange a little chip damage on the Ghost and wait to fight another day. Fortune's going to start things out by picking off a Matt. Twin Falls now down 1 against Nampa High. Despite that initial advantage, Nampa High is still taking this pretty gingerly.
Sage put down that wall, but it broke the essential corner for that spike plant, so now they're super hesitant on pushing this. Sky also gets taken down. Sage as well. 2v3.
Nampa High manages to get the spike down. Just 2 left for Twin Falls to attempt the retake. Unknown is going to head back across the wall.
Holding it pretty close here. I would expect a longer angle, but you do what you got to do.
Well, that bait on the defuse worked out pretty well. I mean, look at Enman just on the frenzy doing work. Picks up a double along with Reyna, and Twin Falls goes to their first point.
I love Frenzy round 1. It's fun. People get really angry because it's one of those guns that kind of excels with run and gun at close angles, and it makes people exceptionally mad. And I think it's funny.
And you think it's funny?
I do think it's funny.
Well, that's your official analysis. I think it's funny.
I do think it's funny. And sometimes, usually when things are funny, that means that they work.
Okay, do you think the Marshall and Stinger is funny here for Twin Falls?
Marshall is not funny, but it does work.
Okay.
Marshall round 2, it works because no one's buying shield if you lose. Yeah, at least you shouldn't be. And so if you just hold that, especially be long with that Marshall, there's nothing you can really do about it.
And like we were saying, the Marshall is going to be put to good use for Twin Falls. Now going 1 up against Nampa High.
Sky in some interesting territory here. Oh, Chamber even more interesting, but he gets taken out.
Spike dropped in mid. Twin Falls now has sight of that. Actually, Nampa High managed to pick that up. Twin Falls is trying to attempt a double peek right here onto mid against Nampa High. And that's going to be even easier for them as they pick up 1 more, now going to 4 and 2.
1 enemy remaining.
Quick mow down with the Spectre. Now just 1 left for Nampa High.
Seems like Fade is going to be cornered here. Not much you can really do in this situation. Does get hit with the eye, but it's not enough to go against the close range Spectre. It is what it is.
Yep. Look at all that Radiantite bling too. I mean, they got the protocol all maxed out.
I love Protocol. I think it's really cool. I wouldn't necessarily say it's underrated. I do think it gets the amount of love that it should, but it's not a skin that you see very often.
We're definitely seeing it here put to good use. Of course, we also see just default matte black can work out as well too.
Nothing wrong with the good old default.
And overall, I think, you know, kind of that haunt might have just, it might have just given away the position more than it blinded anyone else. Although it seemed Twin Falls already had a pretty good idea where Nampa High was trying to push through.
Sova holding an unfortunate angle there. He's going to get taken out.
Well, now that we got the Vandals being brought in, we're going to have a lot more of those engagements on these long angles, especially as you were saying on B long. Nampa High off to a good start.
Nampa is very angry. They've got Reyna very low as well. No heal, so that's really good for them. But they're all going to rotate to A. And Twin Falls is clueless. They have no idea. Where are they? Shouldn't they be here? No, they are not there.
That's just always the classic move that you see, 1 pick on 1 point, then just mosey on around to the other point before the other team can get there and plant it down.
And why try to fix what isn't broke?
Now this Sage is already taking the first peek out. I don't think that they see Solo there. He's coming up on a very sneaky flank.
This guy's going to play an extremely aggressive
angle. They don't. Oh!
Uh-oh. He's able to take 1. Get that trade. Get that trade.
Get the trade.
That wall is going to be really good for Nampa here. Only way they can really push in is through that backside, but it doesn't leave a lot of room because of that Astra Star.
Last player standing.
Regardless, though, Viper is going to hit that trade, so now it's just Reyna against the world here.
Prowler is going to hit the Reyna.
Very scary. Chamber, though, he's got him right where he wants him.
Whew. Well, it's kind of good that that flank overall traded 1 for 1, because I was thinking that it was just going downhill there. never really want to pull the trigger until you're absolutely sure, because the audio cue just in by itself is enough to give you away.
And we start to see here both teams on a full buy. Anyone's round.
Yep, now it is truly anyone's round. The first 2 rounds can always be just a little bit weird here or there. Now we get to see where the true storylines are going to be built.
Brandon knows the chamber's pushing that. It's a scary angle.
Still trying to reposition. We're just getting a bit of a game of chicken around the chicken door.
Nampa's slowly pushing down B long as well. Oh, does get hit.
The fire just goes right out. Ooh, that's painful.
4-4. Nampa's still pushing down B long. Might be able to get that plant. Moves back though. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting that plant. Thanks to that sage wall.
Spike planted.
And just lining it up around the corner, able to get the wall bang on Twin Falls. Nampa High well on their way to tying this up. Twin Falls is going to throw down the Viper's Pit, trying to retake.
Very
need to get past
though.
the Sage wall.
It didn't quite reach the spike, so that's going to be very difficult for them to
No, you can reach your hand out through the wall.
As soon as you tap that, you're just going to get sprayed. Yep, and we start to see that.
Not only is that just the standard eco going over to Nampa High, but it's also just the unfortunate thing of Twin Falls has now burned an ultimate, and Nampa High is on quite a tear.
2-2. Look at those players. They're doing so good. So proud of them.
They're playing. They're buying weapons.
This is Nampa's team.
This is Nampa's team.
This is Nampa.
All righty. It's great that we have them here at the arena, of course. A little bit more understandable with Twin Falls here, though. That's a little bit of a hike.
Farther away.
Yeah, a little bit farther away, but they are still with us here in competitive spirit. Looks like Nampa is immediately going to try to go up through A.
Goes for a mid-A split push here.
Going to throw out the dog first, gets the sight onto the Sage, uses that as the green light, throws the Hawk out, gets the blind, beautifully played, and
it's got to be that art hold.
Still a 1-for-1 trade, putting Nampa into another lead. Spike down and planted.
Get that wall down. Uh-oh. That is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. 3-2. They do have the Sage Wall, though, so it's just about even. Okay, that is going to even it up.
2-2. Can Twin Falls be successful on the retake?
One enemy
Trying to get a peek, a bit of pre-fire, trying to get the wall bang. It's going to work out. 2 for 2 on Nampa High, brings them into 3.
I like this new Ion Vandal. I think it's really cool.
Really, yeah.
I want to see it in action.
Let me see it and be the judge of that.
Sentinels of Light. Can't get much better than that, though. Look at that gun, though.
That is pretty sharp. You always got to like the guns that no longer even rely on ammo. It's just pew-pew.
The sound it makes is really cool. But I see that literally
that even makes me more confused on why it has ammo now.
Yeah. I just wish they went back and updated the old ones, like Ion Phantom, but it's okay. I still think Iron Phantom's pretty cool as is.
Well, Nampa High is doing a pretty cool job. Not only do they have the lead, but they have a whole bunch of ultimates and the first pick. Solo getting the first against Mikey. Twin Falls now moving up through a bit of a split push between mid and A.
Fade at a very scary angle here. Doesn't quite know where they're coming from, but seems like they know where Fade is.
Oh my goodness, they just walked right past!
Wow.
Solo able to pick up a triple. This Sage is trying to turn it around. Starts out with a 1.
Sage versus the world. If she's able to get a pick
I believe she can heal herself, too. Did you know that?
Spike planted.
You can what? Heal. You can heal. Yes. I'm told it's very annoying.
That's some crazy tech. I didn't know that you could do that.
I mean, really, that just makes it 3-on-3 all by itself here. well.
Oh, man, very scary. Oh, he's going to get pinged.
Okay, a one-for-one trade there.
You take the
That's
trade.
not bad. I mean, if you're in a situation of 3-1, you know, just trying to take a little bit of eco off them here and there.
2-4 now. Nampa's 4 rounds in a row.
This was just a very unfortunate play. You gotta check those sneaky angles right near the door. It's here and Link and on Bind and Baths. I mean, there are so many angles where people will just hide right behind the door. You cannot be complacent in walking through them.
Sky is a true homie. Saw Fade was in danger and was like, I got you.
Bit of a B push from Nampa High. Will they be able to get an initial long-range pick?
Sky also going to try and take B main as well, or B lobby.
Wall thrown up onto B.
Sky is able to take out that Reyna. That's going to be a huge pick for them. They're going to go take that B with the Astral.
I've got your trail.
And it's a Sage v Sage here. Who will get seen first?
Seekers are also thrown out by Nampa High to help them engage through the Astral Wall.
Uh-oh.
Plant going down, manages to get it. Solo peeks around the corner, gets 3.
This guy is
now
just
up to a
going
triple.
insane here.
Waiting for the initial peak. 2 to 5 for Twin Falls. Very low on health. Solo manages to get a quad.
Could this be
it's
the
open.
ace?
Yeah, we could see one.
Oh, turn to
He's
the
trying
right, turn to the right.
Oh no.
Oh,
You know, you don't complain.
4K, you're not going to complain about a 4K.
No. Unless you're just one of those players.
Unless you're one of those people. If you're one of those people, I'm okay with you staying in Iron and Bronze too. I'm okay with that. You don't need to be.
You can. All the people in Iron will be very impressed with that ace that you eventually get.
Very proud of you.
Alrighty, well, Nampa High certainly showing I bet these two teams aren't in Iron by any stretch of the imagination. They are here to play. We actually see a shotgun pick being brought out.
Twin kind of struggling with the eco, so they got to get desperate. It's time for shotguns.
Which, with as many kind of close holds around the doors as we've seen, might work out, but Solo is just going to continue working on the good old Vandal, pick up a double. Is just so effortlessly moving through mid and clearing out so much space for Nampa. I mean, look at that.
That's 2. Aw. All right. You know, you take those 3.
Ooh. Sometimes the weapon's just a little bit too tempting.
Spike
Viper
planted.
versus the world.
And pick up 1. Okay, there you go.
You do take that.
Problem is that the spike is already down and it's across the stage, so that's going to be quite a bit of time burnt off. It's going to get
Sage
in the
is gonna hear
confrontation
that.
with the Sage. Yep. And it's to pick up a double, so still within the realm of possibility for Twin Falls. Fire being exchanged, a lot of screen time, making our hearts skip a beat, but Nampa High manages to get it.
You know, you take your 2. Works out.
You take your 2. Well, that's all that Twin Falls has right now is 2, so that's all that they can take.
Ouch.
But they do have a lot more utility.
I think we're missing out on a little bit of lore because yesterday, Nampa and Twin Falls did have a game for placements today.
Sure.
In this bracket, and Twin Falls did win that game, 13-7. So this is kind of like revenge.
Yeah, this is kind of revenge. Nampa showing that they do not want to be counted out, and you shouldn't count out this tour de force just brought out by Fortune. They've had so
It's an
much.
op game
and
now.
an op, yeah, double sniper essentially.
Who's going to be the one to peak?
Twin Falls still playing this gingerly. They are picking around the corners now.
Slowly pushing down B long, pops all the ults.
Nightfall and Seekers.
There we go.
Fortune
There's
gets
the
his
up.
first. Solo is taken out, and Solo's been making a lot of good plays, so nice pick for Twin Falls.
Uh-oh. Viper does manage to get Fade pretty low there. Oh,
Spike
Twin
down,
Falls is
B.
starting to take this back. Gets the 3. Chamber versus the world. Bomb is not planted, so Chamber's in a difficult position here. It's just a matter of patience from Twin Falls' end.
So now everything we were saying about Twin Falls now applies to Nampa. Just
30
don't peek
seconds
the
left.
op. Don't do it. Don't ego peek. That was one of the first keys to the game.
No, guys, I can take him. I can do it. Good, good. Don't peek it. It's very scary.
Gonna have to peek it, and they're gonna be able to bait out one shot with the Owl drone. He has to switch over to the Vandal because he only has 3 ammo left. Tries to get a wall bang, but it's a 2-on-1. Twin Falls wins that one easily.
What are you gonna do? Balances it out a little bit. Stops the
Actually,
streak.
not only did it do that, but 3 ultimates were used from Nampa High, so they were able to burn a lot off.
Twin Falls in a fairly good position here. It seems like they're all able to full buy. Good for them.
No,
Very proud.
Yeah.
Even able to get an op here, so tide is starting to turn here. Hopefully in Twin Falls' favor.
Hopefully for them, but Nampa just wants to end this off. They also just want to get it off the possible 9-3 scenario because no one wants to be there.
Ooh, takes out the early Sky pick. That's going to be huge for Twin Falls.
Try to even it up. They're going to just take a mulligan on that one with the res. A lot of fire being exchanged, but it's only ultimately going to be Mikey who wins that.
Sky is res, so it's back to a 4-4.
Which, if you only have one ultimate to use, that res can be very crucial. In fact, every elimination and pick now that Nampa gets means one less potential ultimate they have to face. Now down to 3-3.
See, that was just one of those angles, though. It's just like, oh, you're right. I didn't check there. One of the 15 angles that I should have checked before pushing art. That's on me.
Sage Wall giving Nampa a little bit something to think about.
3-3. Everyone on Twin Falls team still has their ult, so a little bit in their favor here. 40 seconds left. This is going to be a. This is going to have to be a pretty fast rotate.
Boom! Solo taking these quick angles. I'd say he's probably been the most accurate player we've seen today.
Absolutely.
Just in terms of headshots.
Sky has no fear. Buffs, I mean nerfs, will not stop Sky. Not even like nerfs, it's just like reworks.
But one res deserves another, bringing it back to 3-3. They go for the plant on to B. Empress used by Twin Falls. But like we said, Solo has no fear. You don't fear the Empress. Especially if you... Oh, that's a good flank by Kale. 3-2. Just got to hold the angle. Solo manages to pick up a wall bane. It has been evened up so clutch. Big hit taken by the Reyna.
Reyna very scared. Very low on health. Solo's just going to pop the ult. Close range. That's pretty...
And... Yep. It more just gave away his position than it did really anything else.
Sky's playing very impressive this game. I've only seen headshots from this dude.
You can see again, it's just like split-second timing. He just peeks his head around mid. I mean, that's just the Vandal play you want.
Yep.
It's the Vandal play that always infuriates you in deathmatch.
I want to know this guy's rank.
Just like typing in chat, what's your rank? What's your rank?
Sky, we need to know for content.
17 and 8.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Reyna's going to get the first pick. Puts Twin Falls into a slight advantage.
Nampa has no ults right now, so they're kind of at a disadvantage despite the score.
Twin Falls split up pretty evenly between all the routes. Just trying to get a sideline on everything. As long as Solo is still on the field, though, I'm not going to count it out for Nampa High.
It's a battle for mid control here. Everybody wants mid. It seems like Nampa's going to advance. Potentially take art. Could be huge for them. This guy's just going all the way. No fear. No fear.
No we're going to see an engagement finally comes through. Well, maybe you need a little bit of fear if Emma's going to shoot like that, but Solo answers it back. Ooh, has to go up against the Sage. It was just a classic 2-on-1 situation there.
You already know what I'm about to say.
left.
Astra versus the world. He's got 3 stars. Might not be enough to take this back, especially with... Oh! Okay, all right.
Okay, we might take
Peter
this
Griffin
back.
TV going crazy.
Oh.
Wow, those are very impressive headshots, though.
Yep. Especially after you get a double and
Last
think
round in the
that you're
half.
going to take it. I'm sure that's something that grinds his gears.
It's just part of the dopamine just goes straight to your head. It's like, I'm invincible now. I got 2 picks.
I'm invincible. I've got the
stopping-
recon skin.
Who's gonna stop me now?
My gun perfectly blends in with the pavement. Like I'm practically invisible.
I'm not gonna do a Peter Griffin voice. I really wish I could, but I'm not gonna do it. I don't have that tone, I guess.
Okay, that's a good way to put it, the tone. Last round before the half, Nampa High would love to make this a 8-1, and that's an initial miss off of the op. It's going to give that Reyna's location away.
Chambers is gonna keep going. Ops, nothing. They are gonna move back. Sky slowly taking Art. Is gonna get this. Oh, maybe not. All right,
Solo
Sky's
gets
able to
the
take that
first.
Sage.
I've got your trail.
Big shot by the Reyna, makes it 4-4 again. This guy's going to throw
There's
out
2.
again, gets him in the legs, it looked like. Now he's going to have to deal with the Seekers, but Emin is holding it down. It's
Gotta use his ults. It's last
it's up,
round.
it's up to Peter again.
Astra versus the world, baby.
Oh. Alrighty, 7-5, still pretty darn even. I mean, we were saying Nampa
Switching sides.
looked like they were the ones on a tear to get their revenge for last match, but Twin Falls showing they're not going to be counted out. Of course, the biggest wild card that kind of comes into this is just trying to figure out, okay, well, which team was on their more comfortable side? Or are they going to be on their more comfortable side now?
So I believe that because Twin Falls won yesterday in that matchup, they got to choose the first side. So it is possible that they may be able to choose this again. Or this might go into Nampa's favor.
Well, just going to have to see how it goes. We're back into the match. 7-5.
7-5.
Here we go. We'll see how Twin Falls does on their first time attacking.
No fear.
Taking a lot of shots with the Ghost. And despite Chamber having access to that Headhunter, it's going to do zilch on B.
I mean, I'd be scared to fight that Reyna too. The Sheriff.
Be very interesting to see what the KDA is after this match. Because Emin has been making plays. Where's Reyna?
3-3, still anyone's favorite.
Oh! Yeah, that you're going to get punished if you miss the headshot on the Sheriff.
Especially when you try to reload, because that's just... It's just like a little, hey, I'm over here.
Oh, trying to get an engagement toward B. Lawn is going to trade 1-for-1, which overall works out in Twin Falls' favor as they have the spike down. Now just Solo, facing them Solo. We'll see how he can do. Can he get his 1? Misses those first few shots. A 2-on-1 brings it to within 1 for Twin Falls.
Well, what are you going to do there? I mean, if you're not a controller at that spot, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and take that spike. So, you take the picks that you can.
One more round on the pistols.
Is that Vandal round 2 with full shield?
That is gutsy.
How did you eco that? Wow.
I mean,
Out of charges.
hopefully you can put
of
it to
charges.
good use.
I would hope so.
Out of
Okay, he's
charges.
going to put it away.
Okay, it
My
heads
ult's not
over.
ready. Out of charges.
Reyna?
Out of
No,
charges.
not Reyna.
Yeah,
Reyna's
okay,
gonna
yes,
small
yes.
shield it. No fear.
Twin Falls.
Nampa on the save round now, but that's
Oh, gets caught out by getting the ultimate orb. Go for it again, no fear. Gonna try to
Cannot be
move
hesitated.
around the Sage wall. Throws out the dart.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't show that disrespect. You get punished for it.
You know, that's something I would
just
do. I hate to say it. That is something that would happen to me, and I give
Player standing.
I give the
Spike planted.
sincerest condolences to that. I feel sad. It happens.
It's
though.
just going to be better if you just get your pick with the classic instead of.
But it's not like you don't get the morale, the team morale. It just goes down when you get knifed. It's like, oh,
Yes,
I guess that happens.
But it's an all-in scenario too. I mean, what does it mean for your
man.
own team's morale when
turned it to
your
just
failure is right there for everyone to see?
the exact moment. That is just so unfortunate. Oh, I hate to see that. I've kind of toned down my knife gameplay.
As well as the Yoru. He's been toning down the knives in Yoru's. Emmett not toning anything down. He is on a roll. He's already top fragger for Twin Falls as Twin Falls moves up on B long. Trying to go up against Nampa High.
Fade in an interesting position. Not going to stop Viper, though. Potentially going to plan for long. Oh, scary.
Hawk thrown out. Doesn't get the blind. Solo is evening it up down to 3-3. Most importantly, that was the spike holder, so he can just take a look out onto this sideline. The Reyna tries to teleport through, is going to be able to do so. Solo up to a triple with 2 left. I think Solo had the opportunity beforehand to almost get an ace. He always got a quad.
Unfortunately, Reyna is going to have spike here, so she's going to be need to.
Oh, Solo gets the quad. Now it's just KO. He's going to try to peek out. He's going for the glory, and he gets it. An ace for Nampa High. That's going to, you're talking about team morale. That's going to shift things back
That's
over
going to boost the team around. Nice ace.
Nice ace. That's a well-played golf clap moment.
I'm very proud.
We also get a live look here at the Battleground Arena that we have here in our esports facility. So basically half the players are playing here in the arena, where half are still in the Battleground. Playing in a wide variety of games. We got Smash Brothers League.
Smash Brothers. We got Rocket League. We got League of Legends.
We've got both of the leagues.
We got both leagues. Even Rocket League. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, Chamber's just gonna. Just gotta go sometimes. Sometimes we don't hit those shots. It's just. Oh, you get them next time. Get them next time. Is that the. Oh, I didn't know that there was a Neptune Guardian.
Neptune Guardian, yeah.
Ah. I rarely ever see that. It's usually Vandal, which is going to be in the next bundle. It's next. What's it?
Yeah, I saw like the giving back bundle.
Run it back or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it had the Oni. It had the Oni as well.
Yeah,
for the
Oni Phantom versus Neptune Vandal. And I think Neptune Vandal won, which is pretty cool.
So,
I'm not the biggest Oni supporter, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I'll catch some flack for that, but.
So if you're wondering for an opportunity to give Riot even more of your money, there you go. That's
Spike
going to
down.
come in.
Yippee!
Solo Dealer putting to good work here on Enman. But he takes a whole lot of damage. He is down to 10, and unfortunately the Sky can't heal herself. So he's just going to throw out the Seekers.
Oh, that's a huge
30
Astra.
seconds left.
Unfortunately, it is going to stun Chamber. Oh, wait, no, was that intentional? Yeah. Unfortunately,
Nina
just
doing
did
work.
hit Chamber.
Gets the pick onto Genesis.
Time starts trickling down. What are you going to do?
Well, pick up a triple is the first
One
thing on
enemy
Nina's
remaining.
mind. But I don't think you have enough time to plant after all of that. Just waits for the audio cue. Picks off Twin Falls and makes it 9-7.
Solo the Demon.
Whew. Let's take another look at that because Nina was on quite the tear. This just didn't have enough time.
Best you could potentially do there is pop up the wall. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't even. Okay, it was Reyna. I thought it was Sage we was planning. It happens. And it looks like that's a weird eco buy from Twin. Like, half have, like, ghosts and regular pistols, and then there's just Vandal. Phantom.
Spike down
going to be very unfortunate for Twin if they lose this round, because they're just going to be on another uneven eco round.
Eye thrown out as well as some ice. Keeps Twin Falls at bay. Solo, meanwhile, going for the flank. Doesn't go for the knife and just realizes the headshot is as good as any. Another pick up
spot. I don't usually see people hold that spot. Glad that Sky didn't go for the knife there, but also gotta go for the knife sometimes, you know, respectfully.
Well, Solo is going to respectfully pick up a triple, driving Nampa High to 10.
It's just how it is. Sky going crazy, continuing to just dominate this game.
Now we'll see something very crucial for Twin Falls. If the eco was, like you were hinting at, Dal, a little bit too uneven here, will they be able to go for full purchases, or what will they have to compromise on? Looks like they're compromising on a few things, more than a few.
Chamber, no fear. He's going to go full offense mode on nobody.
Nina gets the pick onto Solo. Top fragger down for Nampa High.
That is going to be a huge pick for Twin.
Toxins going up.
Oh, Astro Wall.
Toxin screen down.
It is just going to completely cut it off. I imagine it would be in their best interest to rotate, but they are going to hold that.
Just play the ultimate waiting game, I suppose. No, there goes the rotation.
Chamber's kind of waiting for the rotate. Might work out in his favor.
Teleport's ready.
Have to, I mean, he has to catch them completely off guard is the only thing, because it's not like he can easily isolate just one of them. In fact, they might just be being sneaky on him. He is able to trade 1-for-1 despite going up against 3. Not too bad.
Nampa pretty spread out defense here. Just trying to see where it is. I think they've eventually figured out it's not going to be B. Or it is going to be B. You know, it's just one. It's one of those things.
I got you. You were sending subliminal messages for your true. They move on to point, but they wait for the audio cue, and Unknown takes them out around the corner.
What a sneaky little Sage. Oh, what a silly little Sage. Oh, pistol. What is happening?
What is happening indeed? Eventually just goes for the pick on the Vandal, driving Nampa High to 11. And now this is a really tough spot for Twin Falls, because they haven't really been on full eco rounds. Half their team has been ecoing, while half has been purchasing, and it's just placed them overall. Sometimes it just placed them overall in this very awkward position.
I think Sage went through like 3 guns there. That was a very fun time.
Now look at Solo. He's past the 30 mark. But Nina and...
Little interesting buy here. Bulldogs to Ops, and fortunately those Bulldogs do not have shields. Yep, just gotta get out of there.
Yep.
That's a good spot.
Throws down the trademark. They're just gonna wait for the eventual push from Twin Falls. Gets, whoa, a collateral.
Take that 2.
He's
Make it 3.
no fear, out for more.
That's
The off shot just barely misses.
Do it.
Yeah.
Keep the ego in check. All right, or take the 3. Don't go for 4. Don't do it. Don't do it to him.
They might just get the offer on the flank. Gets blinded by Sky. Pinched in from both sides. Still manages to get one. Bring it to 3-on-1 is going to pick up the Bulldog instead.
Oh, no. Behind you.
And now Nampa High is going to be at match point, ready to close things out. Coincidentally, they might end it out at the very same scoreline they lost last time, because Twin Falls beat them 13-7, but we might see a complete reversal.
Yeah, turn that 7 to 13 to 13 to 7. Rocket League. I've played that game before.
I have played that game before.
I'm not very good at that game.
No, I am not very good at that game either. I'm better at Valorant than I am at Rocket League.
I'm better
at this game right here.
This game I know how to play.
Now this game, let me tell you, this game Alrighty, we're into the final round. Unknown is throwing up the ice wall, trying to get a sneaky angle onto Twin Falls, and they're just going to have none of that.
Bold of you to assume that this is the final round. Do you have no faith in Twin Falls?
As they got to win 5 in a row. Solo could just dash their hopes and dreams in mid.
This is a big rotate.
Problem is, if peeks out, realizes he can't take them all at once. Trying that
Chambers
final
holding
pick. Can he win? He picks up 1. Fortune gets another. Nampa High is up 5-3. Can they close it out? They got an op holding down B-Lawn, making Twin Falls in a very tough predicament here. Caught out from both sides. Now just down to 2.
Man, I didn't notice how fast Sky can pull out her gun after blinding. It's kind of crazy. Solo versus the world, and there you have it.
Wins.
Defenders win.
Nampa High picking up the victory there, 13-7. Congratulations to Nampa for winning it. They were off to...
What a poetic ending.
Yeah. It is a very poetic end, and we finally see the final KDA. Solo clutching things with 32-14, but also shout out to Nina for breaking 27. I mean, when Twin Falls was rallying, Nina was at the forefront of it.
Pretty impressive gameplay from both sides.
Yep, but they have a lot more tournament to get through, so they can't rest on their laurels too much. They got to get to the next match, and we'll be back with more esports action later today. But for now, we'll take a short break, bring you back. Who knows what we have next in the eye? Like I said, we've got a whole lot of games to showcase, so you'll just have to stay tuned to see what we pick next.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Protecting your customer journey from fraud is critical. According to industry analysts, Count's AI-driven platform is the leading solution. From account login to digital payments, Count is recognized for both its customer impact and technology excellence. Learn more at count.com.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're joining our continuing coverage of a bunch of Idaho high school esports action as a bunch of teams visit the Boise State Esports Arena and fight for glory in a wide cavalcade of games. We just saw the first match in Valorant go in Nampa High's favor. So now we turn things over to the Overwatch side, and see how that's going to work out against our next two teams. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Dallin Stones. Nampa versus Highland.
Nampa versus Highland? That's cool.
That is very cool. I mean, the team that we just saw win in Valorant, we'll see how their Overwatch squad can do as well. But it isn't just Overwatch, it's Overwatch 2, which you've been taking a little bit time to get familiar with. And you've been having a wide variety of opinions.
I have a lot of problems with Overwatch. I mean, I love the game, but I also hate it. I don't know. I mean, the current state of the game, I have so many issues with right now. It's really cool that Bastion and Torbjorn are just gone. I don't like fighting those people, but I also don't like fighting Sombra. And right now, Sombra is just in like this state of just, what do you do? What do you do against this character? How do you fight that instead of just being like, oops, I accidentally shot at them?
Yeah, it's not just a thing though of you just having all your abilities taken away.
That's too bad.
Once she hacks you,
what if I did it again?
She can just tear through your health.
Yeah, man, the fact that she can not only just hack while in Invis, but do it again. Like, you can do it.
You want to see me do it again?
You want to see me do it again? I'll do it again. It's just, what are you supposed to do? And then you eventually find someone. It's just like, maybe you have like your Zarya just like do a 360 beam and you accidentally hit him. It's like, we found him. And then you just like, TP away.
Yep.
Nope, you didn't see me. I'm gone now. And it's just the rinse and repeat.
I was never here. I was just a figment of your imagination.
Maybe the real Sombra was the friends we made along the way.
That is really deep, Dallin. I am blown away. I don't see how this match coming up could possibly top that moment that we just shared. But now, let's get to Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, or rather we can go over how this Overwatch match is going to work out. It's going to be a best of 5, and we do see Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch. That's never to take a fair fight. That means to take fights in unexpected places when your opponents are unprepared, and of course take advantage of any tempo that you can build up. It's brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you.
Tempo, tempo, tempo.
Tempo, tempo, tempo.
That's what it's all about.
That is what it's all
about. Just keep up that tempo.
All right.
Yeah.
So, like I said, best of 5, so we do have an opportunity for Push to enter the equation as well.
Fear. I don't really know. I haven't played enough Push to have like an organized opinion on it right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, and I personally don't mind it. I don't mind Push.
It's definitely interesting. I like the idea in concept, but it's just, I don't know, some maps just so difficult.
Alrighty, we're actually going to be hopping into a game that is currently in progress. It's going to be Middleton versus Boise in Game 3. So this could either be a match point, both of them could be tied 1 apiece, but we will see how things turn out for these two teams as we're ready to hop in, and we might just see Push just be brought out right now. We were just talking about it, and it appears before us because we are jumping into Game 3, so that means we skip Control, and I would guess Hybrid?
Guess so. I'm not... Oh, we're going to Havana.
Havana. Okay. So we are going on to a full escort map, too, which Havana, always one of the tougher ones to push forward offensively. We'll see what
they do.
See what these two do. Middleton versus Boise. Here we go. Into Havana. Will it be a close hold? Will they even be able to get to point number 1? Plenty of times we've seen the defensive team just do a complete hold. And I was questioning for a while whether I was in fact in Overwatch 2, just because the time of day was the same. One of the only maps that's really remained untouched in terms of daytime.
Overwatch 2 takes place 6 hours after Overwatch 1. That is the only change.
There's a bit more.
There's a tiny little pinch more.
There's a tiny little pinch. I mean, there's.
Hey, it's night now instead of day. Except for Havana, which is always daytime.
It's always daytime. We have established the canon for Havana. It is never nighttime in Havana.
Don Rumbatico. Is that the... I don't know.
It usually seems once we get into the factory, very rarely see a team get held completely at factory. It's usually the first or third point that you gotta be. So those are the two speed bumps.
That third point, especially for me, it's just Man, there's so much that you can do on that third
Only
point.
like
It's so
this, we
difficult
see a
to attack.
Junkrat being brought out. There's the Sombra that you admire so much.
No. Get it away. Get it away from me.
Also looks like we have a Sigma pick being brought out by Boise High. If they are on the defense, that is in fact the case. Ready to see what Middleton can bring to the table. They are going to bring out the monkey instead.
You know, I'm not quite sure who I'm rooting for here because they have a Sombra, and that immediately
You're just trying to weigh the scales of which character you dislike the most.
Yeah, which characters do I like versus dislike?
I mean, it's Sombra, but there's also Brig here too.
I hate Brig. I haven't mentioned that yet. I don't like Brig. Brig is what made me quit the game for like a solid 2 years.
I think a lot of people share your frustrations with Brig, but it's interesting that we're seeing Brig be brought into this composition because we usually see Brig with a lot of big brawly compositions, but
Right.
Winston is usually something we see more with a dive composition being brought out.
I'm just impressed that between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, Brig got very minimal changes. Like,
That is true.
man, why couldn't you make her less annoying?
Well, it does have one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. That rally is just one of the best engage tools that you can use. So you're thinking that if Middleton is just, maybe if they're just having trouble pushing through or attacking, then maybe it just might be a matter of waiting for Rally to bring out that raid boss mode, and they're off to it.
Man, I wish we could see Kuriko instead. Kuriko's fun.
I think you might just have to wait a little bit longer. Might not be quite as dependable as the Brig choice.
And now I'm slightly appreciating Boise more because he did pick Lucio, and I like Lucio.
Lucio's always fun.
Yeah. But Middleton does have a Reaper, and Reaper was my main back in 2018. I know that's kind of, I'm one of those people, oh, you played Reaper? That's kind of weird, but
Hey, Reaper's one of the ones I'm actually good at, but we'll have to talk about our choices later as we get into the match right now. Middleton has taken a lot of space away from Boise High. They've already gotten to the first corner. Now going to be getting into some more close-range fight. Taterman getting the first pick onto Regka.
Monkey in some dangerous territory here, but he's not afraid. He's going to keep going forward. Ew.
Does get hit with the accretion. There's the Brig that we were talking about. We also have the Mercy Pocket, which is, well, I would think, yeah, it's going to be boosting the DPSs for Boise High School. Trying to boost the Sombra and just providing a lot of healing, and the Junkrat spam is eventually going to work forward for Boise High, but Super Mage trying to get a sneaky flank on the Genji, but after just a few hits, they realize, hey, we need to reset as a full team, and that's indeed what they're going to do.
Genji's just going out of his way to try and just assassin his way to each and every support that he can find. Oh, there he goes again, except this time he's going for Sombra.
You can see the players playing in the lower left corner of the screen.
Oh, man.
TTBM on this Junkrat, still doing work with just all of the bomb spam. The Sigma is also holding things down as the Valkyrie is brought out by Boise High, as well as the Gravitic, and a Riptire is going to just go right through the Brig. I bet you enjoyed seeing that, Dallin. And right now, Middleton is already toward the first point. I mean, despite the picks they've been taking here or there, they've been consistently pushing the payload forward. They're also going to have the Primal Rage be available, so Taterman can just be a force on the point all by himself should he want to. They're not even going to need it, though. They get to the first checkpoint. Middleton is well on their way.
Oh, no. Danger. Never mind. No, he's fine. Genji going to go in. Take out one. Take out two. Yeah, two.
It's always nice when we get into the Dragon Blade counting game.
That's my favorite game. I love counting to one.
That's true. Now, here's the interesting thing. We're seeing Regka swap over to the Pharah because this Mercy has been out for Boise High all this time. So now going to go with the classic Pharah Mercy combo. We'll see how that does, although Mercy is boosting the Lucio instead of the Pharah. We'll see how that works out as we go forward, because Super Mage is just showing absolutely no hesitation. He's going to move in with the help of his tank to put a lot of pressure onto Boise State with the Primal Rage. It's going to take out TTV. And Middleton is just making it going from bad to worse from Boise. A res comes out onto TTV, but is it enough? Taterman has the Junkrat, takes him out with the Tesla cannon in mid-air.
Very angry monkey.
And like I said, normally when we get into the factory, it's usually a pretty easy take.
Yep.
Now comes the real challenge. You've got the castle.
This third point is just so difficult to push on. There's so much that you can do, like just advancing up to the castle and that final push into the castle. It's just, there's so much that you can just hold.
Taterman gets a double one down, so Super Mage just gets a deflect. Zarya is also going to get caught out as they just stagger Boise High out. Now, I have to say, this third point, this is where I was about to say I was going to expect the Farmers to do better here because it's so much more open space, but they're going to swap over to Sojourn, which Sojourn still pretty powerful DPS.
Absolutely.
Super Mage is just going to show that he's comfortable on this Genji. TTV heads off the side. Unfortunately for him, can that Mercy get away? Super Mage is in hot pursuit, and he's just going to hang back a little because he realizes, hey, I've got a Dragon Blade available. A bit of a wave from Taterman, and he goes back to his team. And they're going to wait for Boise High School to engage onto them.
Nothing stopping this Winston. He's just going all the way. He's going to go right into the castle. Oh, Dragon Blade. Count to one. Count to one.
Count to one.
One.
Although, right off of it, okay, forget to count. It's not officially with the Dragon Blade, but he's making us count to 3 nonetheless, and he's going to try to make it 4. Some help from Taterman there. I'll still call that 4.
You know, I'm very proud. I never thought I'd see the day where I count to 4.
Now, we have this Riptire available for Boise High. Could be their final Hail Mary. Rechka's going to swap over to the Reaper. We're having a lot of DPS swaps up for Boise High.
A lot of swaps from Boise here. Also switched off the Mercy to Ana. Probably a good pick when you get to this castle.
Here goes, ready for the Primal Rage. Sabrina out, said just going to throw out, and this Junkrat can't do anything. He just gets right in his face.
No.
Now to the Ana with the Primal Rage.
Oh no, Reaper, run.
A wild animal on the loose, smacking you into the wall.
Oh no. How is Ana still alive? Okay. That was much longer than I was expecting.
Oh, there goes the Riptire, he sees it. Oh, and it manages to pick up a double onto Boise High. I was saying it could be their Hail Mary. It turns out that is indeed the case. Rechka also able to get a crucial, that's going to be a very nice stagger onto Middleton. Who actually has swapped over to the Cassidy, so DPS swap now over to Middleton.
And Rechka switched yet again.
Yeah, another swap from TTV. He's going to go off the Junkrat since he's used the ultimate and move back over to the Reaper. Maybe they just want to try, they realize Taterman is such a big threat, they want to just plow through all the health he's given, but he's going to get the health boost from the Ana.
Winston kind of pushing it alone here. He's getting assisted by his heals, but DPS are not really anywhere in sight.
Accretion, they're just probably hanging back for the long angles. He moves in, all nano boosted.
Oh no.
And that's where the DPS was. He was hanging off to the side to use his Riptire. Now this Reaper is trying to get away, but I don't think he can. It is going to be desperation tactics now for Boise High School. Middleton, this Lucio's going to try to get onto the point. The rally brought out from Middleton. That is an ironclad team you're going up against. Huge turnaround has to be brought out for Boise High. They're going to throw the nano boost onto the Winston. Try to let him do work, but the Deadeye comes through and puts an end to Boise High's hopes and dreams. They are just trying to run out the timer. Should this go to overtime, they have managed to get it down below 1 minute for Middleton. But Taterman with the double ends the first round. 3 points for Middleton.
Man, that was really difficult to deal with. That rally just, stupid rally. I hate a rally.
You know, it reminds me of oh yeah, see, look, you are on camera. So thank you very much for joining us here on the arena. It's always great to see that local competition be brought out. Truly local here. We had some distance between the first 2 high schools, Nampa and Twin Falls, but now Boise and Middleton right beside each other, basically.
They could be side-eyeing each other right now. Oh man. We go back Middleton went all the way here. We're going to see if Boise is able to keep up that momentum.
And I'm surprised how much Middleton was able to get that much first push on the first third of this map, because that long straightaway, that street is just like, you can, there are multiple options you can do. You can either go all the way up to the gas station if you want to hold them at close range, or you can bring out the snipers and use those windows looking down that nice long straight boulevard.
I always think I can hold him at gas station. I always think, yeah,
You
I'm
always
that
think,
guy,
but also no.
That's a team effort.
That's a Boise State kind of thing.
Yeah, that's not a me thing. I wish that was a me thing, but it's not.
It's not a you thing. It's more of a you problem.
That's a me problem.
Alrighty, we'll see how Boise High can do. Not quite Boise State yet.
Almost.
Once they graduate, they could join Boise State. That's all I'm saying. All right, Boise High is going to be ready to bring on their first push. Damage orb is thrown out. Does look like Middleton has taken up those long vantage points. Just going to rely on the Junkrat spam to try to keep Boise High at bay. We do see an Echo be brought out, and some Echoes can really pop off. So we'll have to keep an eye on Regka. They're going to make it to the first corner.
Gonna see just D.Va kind of separating that Lucio from everyone else, trying to take him out.
D.Va doing D.Va things.
D.Va doing silly little D.Va things. Get
Oh
that
my
Echo.
goodness, just takes the Echo right out of the air. Now it's going to focus onto the Zarya. Takes Zarya out as well. Middleton is starting this hold off really well.
Did Zarya take herself out with the, what's it, alt fire?
I mean, sometimes you just might want to do that, and it doesn't make sense to just kind of drag your team out and stagger it. Sometimes you just need to int.
Is what it is. Seems like Middleton's got a pretty successful hold here so far.
Cretion thrown out. Super Mage taking them out with the Soldier from above. TTV also fighting back with a railgun shot onto Banana.
Soldier almost got that ult. That's going to be so annoying to deal with. And here we go.
Oh, hit with the sleep dart, but the sleep dart takes it. He can only use the rockets from long range.
Now we're thinking smarter, not harder.
Now we're thinking.
Soldier gonna pop the ult potentially.
Yeah, actually not using the visor. They can just rely on the self-destruct instead. Now they're gonna move for the stagger, get right into the Moria's face, who almost has the coalescence available. That does come online. I wouldn't think it's used right now. The Sigma also hurting a bit on health. Taterman is just going to wait for the next team fight.
Slowly, Boise starts to come back. Oh, no.
Oh, no, I see this.
Okay. I think it was countered out by the Lucio ult. I
mean, that is a good counter, and they're going to use the Coalescence right in response to that, but Candy is taking a lot of damage, manages to respawn. Gravitic is used. Boise High School putting all of those ultimates to good use. They have managed to get 2 eliminations onto Middleton. They have a 4-3 advantage, making even more room for themselves as this D.Va tries to hold them at bay while the respawns come through for Middleton.
Really pushing back that D.Va. It's going to potentially give them enough room to get that first checkpoint. Or maybe not. Yeah, definitely not. D.Va's nano now, so you're going to have to deal with that. Very scary.
They do shock the D.Va. Also the sleep dart onto the Sigma. He tries to bring out some more shield, trying to get some more health for himself. Self-destruct now available yet again. It worked out so well, but they're not even going to need it. Middleton, they are just tearing right through Boise High.
What a retake.
Great retake, and now less than a minute left. Boise High still yet to get their first point. Middleton's put themselves up at a good position. So it might be... So this is, in fact, the match point for Middleton. Boise High has already brought out one. We see a bit of confidence from the Sojourn. We'll see if the Sojourn can pop off on this ultimate.
Will it be enough?
Will it be enough, or are they just going to get self-destruct before it all can happen? They managed to move up right into Middleton's faces. Boise High putting a lot of damage onto them. But Banana Boa, just with a quick mine, takes out the Lucio. TTV has brought out the ultimate, manages to get one. Oh, almost manages to get two. That Ana is in trouble. Regka is going to move into the face, though, and he gets punished for it.
D.Va going to pop the ult? There we go.
Yes, pop the ult right onto the point as well. Bye-bye.
What a retake.
That is, in fact, going to do it. Middleton winning that game 3-1. So congrats to Middleton for a job well done there. Now we're actually going to get a chance to also see play of the game, and there were a lot of crucial ultimates, but it's actually going to go as a shutdown. Okay, a shutdown play of the game.
Oh, Nano. Take one.
I mean, that's the whole point of that composition. You nano up the Winston and just let him tear.
Just let him go.
Nice job for Middleton. Congrats, though, for Boise High for bringing us some exciting plays and managing to get one in the series overall. So we didn't quite see the full story there. But that's going to do it for this Overwatch match. Do you have any final thoughts?
I still, even after that game, I just like, Brig.
All right. Well, we'll give you some time to seethe over Brig. We'll give him some time to recover, and we'll give you time to go get some snacks, get some water, and be back to join us for more high school esports action right after these messages.
Protecting your customer journey from fraud is critical. According to industry analysts, Count's AI-driven platform is the leading solution. From account login to digital payments, Count is recognized for both its customer impact and technology excellence. Learn more at count.com.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena, and you're watching us for a continuing coverage of Idaho High School Overwatch. We just saw Middleton pick up a win against Boise High, so now they move on to the winners finals against Meridian Technical Institute. And we'll see who moves on to the grand finals, has the advantage of the bracket reset on their side. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Dallin Starnes, calling all of the action for you. I see what you did there, and also, have you managed to get over in the break your seething for Brig, or are you still? Is there still some friction?
This is pent up for years, this hatred for Brig, so I don't think it's going to go anytime soon.
Well, I was hoping you could be a better person.
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm a worse person now.
Alrighty, well, we'll hope that the better people are on the teams of Middleton and Meridian Technical Institute, who actually has collaborated a lot with Boise State Esports in the past. We've had Boise State's Esports, our own Nerdy Bird, coach at Meridian Tech here here and there. So we'll see how that all works out. We'll see how well they take into account Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, and that's never to take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when your opponents are unprepared, and of course build up that tempo. Brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. All right, we're going to be heading into the first stage here. We are joining this, unlike the last one, we are joining this from Game 1 in this best of 5, meaning no doubt we will be starting out on Control. Meridian Technical, the Dragons versus the Vikings. This sounds something, it's straight out of a MOBA.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to be starting off on Ilios.
I love Ilios. It's one of my favorite maps.
And I got to say, you know, I think of the stages that have been treated well by the daylight time change. I think Busan is the first one. Like, Busan is just gorgeous at night. But, hey, Ilios also doesn't look too bad in the nice sunset, sunrise.
Sun. I don't know. I prefer it midday, but still. I mean, as I said before, Overwatch 2 takes place 6 hours.
Well, this isn't 6 hours.
Overwatch.
This one isn't 6 hours. This is more like 3 hours, give or take.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
Well, if it was night, it would be 12 hours. Now, this is 6 hours.
This is 6 hours.
My mind is hurting just from trying to do basic arithmetic on time. Alrighty, Dragons versus Vikings. Let's get into the action and see what the initial loadouts have been. We do see Middleton going right back in. They're going to be bringing out the Winston comp, whereas Meridian Technical has gone back over to the Zarya. Those kind of the two most common that we've seen, Winston and Zarya. A whole lot of damage as they meet each other face to face. Almost taking out. Trying to get away, not going to be able to escape the law. No one escapes the law. Oh, I love the Paladins reference.
I love the law. The law is such a cool name.
It really is. But right now, he's still doing more, taking out Toast.
Oh, man. Zarya is in such a good state right now. I love playing Zarya. I love playing Zarya in Overwatch 1, and I hate to say it, but she is too good. It's something that has to be said. She's too good right now. It's just so easy to get maxed. I mean, I don't know if you've seen, but like almost every top tank right now is a Zarya main, or just, you know, a Zarya player, whether it be primary or secondary. It's just such a powerful state. And
oh, Taterman almost getting taken out by this Reaper. Who was just focusing exclusively on the Zarya. It's going to be the Law overall winning the battle of the Zaryas, although they do get a mine to the face. But still for Meridian Technical, the Dragons maintaining control. Curtin going to move up, trying to speed boost some of his teammates back so they can all fight together. Here we go again. Taterman also sitting on this ultimate. Something Meridian Technical has to keep in mind.
oh, pops the BAP.
Window brought out. Curtin gets the first pick onto Banana. Taterman holding things down, but isn't anywhere near close to charged up.
Shooting that bubble, it's only going to make things worse for you.
He's under a lot of pressure as Absolute Nova picks up a double. Meridian Technical now moving past 70.
Fortunately able to get that ult, so it will be good for the next fight. The Law not quite there yet. I don't know if it's already been used by Law, but seems like based on, okay, actually, yeah, Middleton's got 4 ults here. Pops the junk wrap. See if he gets any.
Retire from Middleton.
And 0.
Taterman now brings out the Graviton Surge. Absolute Nova in response. He's not going to get caught out by it. He just goes right into Super Mage and Toast before Middleton can even make it to the point. Meridian Technical gets it.
Setting quite the strong first impression, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Meridian Technical, like I said, they're a team that has had great coaching. They have a lot of great players, and of course, great gamer tags as well.
Absolutely. Soup.
So, if you're wondering who won the state championship last year, it was Meridian Technical. So they're the reigning champs.
Wow.
So Middleton, I mean, they got their win against Boise High, but now they're going to have to prove that they deserve to be in the winners finals because Meridian Technical looks to be showing no way to stop as we head into Well next. Always like, you always just hope, you know, I don't care who wins, I just want to see people fall down the well.
Yep, that's why you got Lucio's on both sides. You already know. You already know what's going to happen. Someone's going to get booped.
We also have the Farah here with another chance to get booped, trying to push Banana in, who has gone over to the May. We'll see how that works out, but Super Mage gets the first pick onto the Lucio, so no boops for Middleton at the moment. I mean, and Farah fight. Farah fight in midair. Who is going to win it? And it's going to be Soup.
Only direct shot.
Oh, and a boop into the well. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's what I was waiting for.
All right, come on, Middleton. You know what you have to do. Another one!
I love well kills. Those are the best ones.
Middleton actually claimed the point first, but Meridian Technical, by winning the team fight, they are going to have a good day today. It's Banana Boat. Again, the only thing they really have to challenge as far out of the air are the right clicks from the Maze. So Middleton, their Maze going to have to really clutch down. They actually swap over to the Soldier to get more of that hit scan, but Soup is just continuing to push everyone off of the edge with this Farah. This Farah Mercy with the barrage too!
Ooh. All right, able to
Finally
stop that Farah.
Yeah, but after he just basically tore through the whole team and is going to get rezzed anyway. Yeah.
The mayhem never stops.
Another one.
It never stops.
You're familiar with that meme. Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Shout out to DJ Colin. And that's it.
We'll see if
another one.
See if we'll see any more. Also, what is interesting is this one Farah from Middleton is trying to go up against their Farah, but doesn't have the benefit of the Mercy Pocket. The Law is hanging down. We do have a battle of the Roadhogs, and that whole hog can also be something that can push you into the well. The Law takes out Super Mage. Whole hog burned by Tater Man, but the Law also uses it as well. They burn through the Immortality Field, also taking out Banana.
I didn't really notice it before, but I think it's really funny that almost every pick here is intended to try and get well kills.
It is. They're playing. They know what the audience wants.
They know, and it's been working. We've got how many so far? 4. Let's get another one. Let's get 5.
But it really has been this Farah Mercy that's just had such free reign over Middleton. Might try, I was thinking maybe a hook to the air, gets right, hooks the Wrecking Ball. Oh, almost gets the Wrecking Ball, slams down, almost falling. Oh, it's just going to head down to the visor, and the barrage also picks up a double. That clinches it for Meridian Technical. Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Congrats to the Dragons for winning that. That was fun. I enjoyed watching that.
I love well.
Well, of course, play of the game has to go to Soup. I mean, this Farah Mercy was unstoppable and winning the Farah battle as two. And there we go. That's boom.
Another one. The first one.
The first one before the other ones.
Before the other ones.
All right. So now we get to head into hybrid. This would be the time where I ask what stage should we choose, and we all give all of our reasons to get our false hopes and expectations up because we talk about exciting stages like Eichenwald or Blizzard World, which everyone wants to see.
Right.
But that's what we never do see, do we? We all know what the choice is really going to be.
It's going to be King's Row.
It's probably going to be Scrim's Row, even though it's in the daytime, and now it is still everyone's favorite stage, probably one of the most exciting. I actually think I heard that we might be going to Eichenwald instead. Oh, yes, we have something a little bit different here. It's not quite Blizzard World, but I'm still happy.
Eichenwald. I can wald for more of that. I don't know. I tried. I really, really tried to connect it. I'm sorry. I can't. Where do you start with wald? I'm sorry. I really tried. I think.
Get out.
Okay, I'll see you later.
All righty, we're heading into the second match, the Dragons versus the Vikings. Will the Meridian Technical be able to get another win? Will we be guaranteeing a Game 4? Will Dallin be able to reclaim any of his honor whatsoever after a performance like that? Well, I'll have to find out. Important questions all around.
One day I'll be able to think of something to, it'll just, I think it's gonna happen at like the very end. I'm just gonna be like, that's it, that's the thing, that's the pun, and then it'll be great, and then you'll laugh, and then I'll laugh, and then everyone will be like, wow, that was really good and funny, and then my reputation will be restored. I can...
Just stop! Stop!
Give me time. Give me time. I can do this. When we start to see here, Lucio. Love Lucio. I already said it. How many times do I need to say it?
You're
You love
just trying to
Lucio.
get the topic
I
off.
know. I'm trying. I can. Walled. Bald.
I've been thinking of one all this time that I can't believe you've gotten. But for right now, I'll just have to keep it to myself.
I'm going through literally every single letter right now. I can bald. I can fall. I don't know.
Absolute Nova doing a great job taking out a banana. The Reaper is going to be able to get the first tick.
Get that first easy pick out of the way. Takes out Lucio as well. Going to be a pretty good hold. Takes out the shield as well. Run, Ryan, run.
I don't know if the Ryan's going to be able to get away. Absolute Nova is a little bit low on health, but gets bailed out by the Lucio. Giving a huge boost to all of his teammates. Swaps over to healing, and Middleton is just held in this choke point. It's really rough for them.
Gonna be even worse because Zarya is now at full charge, so they're gonna have to kind of wait for that to ease down a little bit. Because that's something so difficult to deal with. It's trying to push that Zarya full charge. It's just, yeah, 83. What are you gonna do? What are you going to do against that?
Well, they're going to throw out the window. That's going to be their first step, and that is going to force the Law to head back into the Immortality field. That gets taken down, and Middleton is now charging forward against Meridian Technical. But can they even get to the first point? Cruden doing work for the Dragons.
And look at how fast he died. Wow. Just from, they were almost there and then just disappeared. Crouton went absolutely crazy there. Got 3, I think. Wow. That was really good. I can bald. I can gald.
I'm gonna give my pun at the very end, and you're gonna kick yourself for not thinking.
I can mauled. No, that doesn't quite work. I cannot mauled when I see this map. I get happy when I see it.
Dallin's pun skills aren't the only thing that's not working. With that Graviton Surge, Middleton gets caught up in the choke point. And Soup with this railgun picks up a triple. Man. Absolute Nova also eliminating Taterman.
Can you say hello? Say hi. I think that's a good hi. I think that's a signal to saying hi to us.
The best way to say hi is not to say hi at all.
Just shoot the ground. Oh, man.
They brought out a Junkrat. Already. Wow. Now this Rhine taking the advantage on the Earth Shatter is going to be able to take out Absolute Nova. That's going to force out the Sound Barrier from Meridian Technical. Sound Barrier also used by Middleton. They have found what they needed to break through. I appreciate it. Go out in style.
Thank you for the late hello. I appreciate it.
Big preach.
Yeah, big preach. I don't know what was really going on there, but it was good. It was really good. I can brawled. I can solve. I can told. I don't know. What could the pun be? I don't know. Other than I cannot mauled when I see this map because it makes me happy.
Well, Death Blossom brought out by the Reaper right in the face of Middleton. Now, Middleton actually has brought out the new support you were talking about.
Kiriko! Oh, man. Kiriko's so interesting. I think she's really fun from what I've tried. It's just the headshot damage with that character. You can take out a tank in like 2 or 3 hits. It's absolutely insane. I don't know. She's definitely like the definition of a support. Like, she's got heals, yeah, but like that.
Oh, Tater!
Wow. Tater going crazy. Will he get the 3rd?
Once
you know what?
Rectangle Man gets angry, you do not want to mess with him whatsoever. Middleton not only has that, but has the event.
Hello.
You know, there's a payload behind. There you go.
Yeah,
Thank you.
They found the payload. Hello.
Out of nowhere, Junkrat bomb. Waves at the bomb before it detonates.
You just gotta, it's just a friendly greeting.
Now look at the law. The Middleton Meridian Technical is already moving up to the high ground. Gonna try to drop down or snipe down from mid-air.
Oh, man.
Banana tries a hero play, but just gets mowed down by Crouton.
Rain's having a lot of difficulty. Ryan. He's having a lot of difficulty using that ult because everyone's on such vertical.
What was?
I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
That was majestic.
Ascends.
Like an eagle piloting a blimp.
That was so beautiful.
Wow, that was, I have never seen such acrobatics from Orion before.
Wow, that was
that's the play of the game. That needs to be the #1 play there. Like, just
graceful, elegant.
I know.
It's just everything I could have wanted in it and more. Wow.
Crouton already taken out the Riptire from Middleton. They bring out the Shatter. It gets a whole bunch of Meridian Technical. A Flame Strike to get a double. Now only Soup is left, and it's just going for the health packs left and right, but he's going to get intercepted. Almost taken out. He manages to get Banana.
Take out that soldier. Sneaky. Sneaky. You have that ult. Oh no.
Oh, is managing to hold his own.
Oh no. It's only going to take one more
knife. Can one knife land?
That's the movement. That's the movement.
Super Mage also using a mine for the long. While we've been focusing on the drama unfolding with Soup, there's been a team fight going on at the checkpoint, which Middleton has picked up. They're going to get 2 points, and now we head into the final stage.
Okay, Soup finally at the end of their life finally dies at the hands of Taterman, seemingly just unstoppable. He just keeps going. He scares them. They start shivering their timbers. Oh, we got Death Blossom. Could be huge here if he gets the right TP. Zarya full charge. And it looks, okay, Middleton's got, okay, I'm seeing good matched ults here on both sides. Oh no. Have I talked about the Kiriko ult?
Yeah, the Kitsune is brought out as well as the Riptire.
Oh man, Kitsune is so scary.
Riptire is also pretty scary because the Law is just taken out with the tank gone from Meridian Technical. This Rhine can do work, swing his hammer back and forth, almost do the final point. Another Shatter onto the point with the charge into the Reaper.
And that's going to do it? Yep.
Yep, that is it. Nice job for Middleton fighting back, even though Meridian Technical was off to a very strong start. Middleton managed to secure it, give it to 3 rounds, so we very well could be going into overtime.
I can not mauled when I see this map.
Okay, do you want to hear the one I've been thinking of all this time that I literally thought of 5 seconds when you were trying to?
Do it.
It's the only job the May has in a brawl composition. I can vault. And then the team goes ham on them. I told you were going to kick yourself when you realized.
There's no May.
There's no May here, but it's the only pun that works.
Sure, sure. But if there's not a May, I have to change the lettering, you know?
Sure. You're changing something. You're changing the rules around here.
I'm changing the rules? There's not a May. The joke doesn't work if there's no May. I mean, the closest I could say is I could walled in if there was a May here.
See, even when you're attempting the exact same pun, it's falling flat.
Next map I'll be able to go.
Oh, there's the May! There's the May! You can make the pun now!
I can walled now!
You finally got it.
I did it. I won.
Nice job, Dallin. All right, we'll see if Middleton can do an equally good job at defending. They can hold Meridian Technical to a few team fights that will be on the same pace. We also see Soup bringing out the sniper pick.
See if they can cut off that one pick. Maybe isolate that tank from the rest of the team. That would be huge.
Soup already gets the pick onto Toast. They're waiting for it. There it is.
Kill him.
The wall and maul from the Law. He tries to use Immortality. Field is still alive, but gets taken out.
Oof. Man, what do you do against that? It's just the 4-to-1.
Yep, so it's just the classic wall and maul composition. Very brawly for Middleton. Now Meridian Technical knows Middleton's strategy.
Gotta wait for the Zarya to rejoin back up. Probably not gonna let that happen again. Probably gonna take a different entrance maybe.
They're looking
Or
for
push
that
together as a
different
group.
Yeah, or they can push together. Just make sure if they get walled off, they're all going to get walled off as a unit. Removes it.
Uh-oh, it happened again.
An absolute Nova. Well, all things
Yeah, there you
considered, yeah, that's another.
Wow,
that's
team
another
wipe.
wipe for Middleton. And now just 1 or 2 more victories, and I don't think they say they have matched the pace that Meridian Technical held them at.
Oof.
Middleton had less than a minute left when they took the first point. So that's going to be what's really crucial to see here. If Meridian Technical, despite these first few losses, can still get an overall time advantage.
You also have to notice, though, that Middleton is now holding on to 3 ults, while Meridian's just struggling to try and get that from maybe Soldier Visor or VAP window.
Yeah, and you don't even need to be... Whoa! The wall's just a little bit too much there, but this Reinhardt is waiting. He's waiting for the shatter. It's a huge one, and he tears right through. That is a Rein play of the game if I have ever seen one.
Team wipe. Wow. Yep, there it is. Jeez.
The thing is, Middleton still has their photon barrier available. Meridian Technical, very crucially, has gotten some ultimates themselves, though, and they're very damage-heavy ones.
This could be huge if BAP pulls the window and combos off the Soldier.
Or you could just wall them off again.
Oh, yeah, that could also happen. And with the sim turrets, I don't even think we mentioned the sim turrets. That's just doing additional work.
You know, goes off again, you know,
no, poor BAP.
Rinse and repeat.
This time,
Nova
though, they're
still
all there.
hasn't used the visor, which is interesting, because Taterman already almost gets knocked off the edge. Run!
You cannot outrun the Rhine.
Dragon Blade trying to turn it around for Meridian Technical. Soup managing to pick up 2. Count to 3, maybe?
Oh, I can count to 3.
No, the Rhine turns around.
I can count to 2.
The Rhine turns around, and now great hold for Middleton. They are fighting back against the Dragons.
We have now reached the sub-minute mark. This is where everything can either make or break. It's got to be this push. May is moved back now, so that's going to give them the ability to not get...
There's the visor. It goes right in with the device. Oh, he shatters them right in the face of them. You can have as much damage as you want through that window, but you can't use it if I'm just going to take you all out as the Rhine Taterman.
Oh,
Putting on a show of pure rectangle strength.
Goes back to the wall. The classic strat. Oh, man. What an insane ult combo there.
Oh, don't do it again. Don't get
you
walled
dare.
off. They get what?
Run, Zarya, run!
Uses the graviton surge right in their face to stay alive.
Oh, it's got to be this moment. This is the make or break.
Oh, can they even get onto the point? Are they contesting it?
Okay,
Meridian Technical knock them off with no time whatsoever left. It's going to head into overtime. This Kariko is going to try to, he's got a Kitsune and a Wish.
It's got 4 on the point now. That okay, they are going to be able to take
They have to give that up.
All right. It's not over yet.
All right, 2.5 minutes back on the timer. They got to get to the next checkpoint.
Now what are you going to do, May? What are you going to wall off now? Now they have 3 exits to go through. Oh, man.
They are going to be held at this first door here for just a little while. Wild open. Staterman goes on to the Winston instead. Still doing work. Is able to take out Soup.
Sim turrets
facing him. Yeah, he's getting car washed.
Classic. Remember when she used to have 6?
It's just, I don't want to think about that.
Man, what were they thinking? What was Blizzard doing?
I don't know.
They were being silly.
Right now, the Taterman has no time for silliness. He wants to take out Meridian Technically and right in their face. Can just use a Primal Rage right back. Is going to slam right down, and there it goes.
And you take
one back to the Rhine. Trying to find that Genji, who's using the Genji Blade himself. Picks up a double with it.
Genji able to count to 2, but then dies. So, you know, can count to 2. Thumbs up to you.
Now already more than half of the time has been burned off from Meridian Technical, and they are not more than halfway there, crucially.
Oof. Are able to round the bend, though. Just
Now, Middleton has been very patiently just kind of building up their ultimate advantages. They're doing this well so far without using any. Marine Technical is going to have to make it happen in this next team fight. Can they do so? The flank is going to come out from the Symmetra. The Law does have the Shatter. Will it land with them? It lands onto...
Uh-oh. Oh no, everything is frozen.
I think he shattered, but the problem was that there were 3 Symmetra turrets up there. So once he walked out to capitalize on the shatter, he just got car washed.
Yep. Is what it is.
Middleton looking like they might be able to hold the Dragons. Just 30 seconds left. Super Mage has gotten a punch onto Absolute Nova 2, so that is a stagger that the Dragons cannot afford. We also see a Sim turret be brought out for the flank right onto this Reinhardt. It's just trying to left click him. Kitsune is brought out. Oh, I thought he was charging back, was just trying to pick out someone out of position, and the boop off the edge, but the Primal Fury is brought out. Primal Rage, Primal Fury, he's angry.
Oh no.
Is the final word. He boops Curtain off of the edge. Banana's back onto the maze. Soup is able to take out Banana. It's trading back and forth, but I think Middleton has been able to hold the Dragons. We have gotten to 1-1. So we are going to see in... Okay, I have no qualms right now about who the player of the game. It can only be one. It can only be Rectangle Guy. Tater Man.
Rectangle Guy.
I mean, look at this.
Bam. Bam.
He didn't even need the wall in that situation.
Oh, yeah. He just kind of went ham.
He's just he has a hammer and that's all he needs.
Just 4. Just wow.
Alrighty, so here's the interesting thing. We joined the last game in the middle of Escort, but during the score update, that was actually game 4. So now we go into game 3, ready to see push that we have all been talking about. And we're moving on to Esperanza.
The one good push map.
Yeah, it is nice.
This is the only good one. I'll die on that hill.
Okay, you're not a fan of all the others. You're not feeling the Canadian energy at all?
No, I don't like the Canadian energy. It makes me feel like I want to say sorry, and I don't want to do that.
Okay. Well, thank you for just sparing us and only saying it once. So we'll just move on from that. Not feeling Italy at all, too. You don't like Colosseo either?
I don't like Colosseo. I don't know. I just feel like Esperanza feels different. It feels better, more comfortable.
It also feels more relaxing. I just like the setting. It's nice and laid back. Alrighty, heading into the third match. This is Meridian Technical versus Middleton. Middleton has tied it up 1 apiece despite an insane start that the Dragons have brought out. We'll see who goes on to the match point as we have brought a possibility of an escort map into the mix. We'll see what the choice is there once we go forward. But now, heading into the mode we've all been talking about, the mode that everyone's been talking about, push.
It's push time, baby.
All right, okay. Dragons versus Vikings, all tied up, heading into round 3 push.
That would be a crazy movie. Imagine a Vikings versus Dragons movie. No one's ever done that before.
This
could be the first.
This is just such a beautiful stage as well.
Oh yeah, it looks really nice.
I love the tramps as well. I love that.
They misspelled museum. Museo Martins.
I think there are different rules of play that you're not aware of.
Esperanza.
Okay, so here's the thing. We've been talking about counting games that we've been playing all the time. Well, this is going to be a game of count to 3, because if you can win the first 3 fights in a row, you're sitting pretty on push.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So that's going to be, we're going to see who's going to win the first team fight, and then from there on out, we'll see if they can win 2 more after that.
Here they go. We got, let's see, Rhine. It's going to be the Rhine versus Diva. Could be interesting. I don't usually see Divas on push. Am I crazy for thinking that? Usually, you would expect to see like a Rhine or an Orisa.
Well, I mean, you're talking about Zarya is the best one, but I'd say probably after that, Diva is also probably the most common tank.
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about Zarya.
There goes Diva.
Already, King Swiffer is going to fall. Absolute Nova is next on the list. Taterman going after even more squishies from the Dragons. They win the first fight and start a pushing.
Start taking that first fight. Time to count to 3. Is it going to take out that Lucio? Yeah, it's a BAP. There we go. Now you take out the Lucio.
That's even more of a stagger. More time bought for themselves.
All right, we got first one. I love counting to 1, but can we count to 2?
That's the thing. Are they gonna get to the checkpoint here to be able to get the forward spawns?
Uh-oh.
The Law is hiding on the Sombra.
Dun, dun, dun.
King Swiffer doing great work taking out Banana. Middleton down. The hack goes out on Taterman.
Wow.
Look at that health disappear from the Sombra.
That was just eviscerated.
Okay, so we don't get to count to 3. We've got a match on our hands now.
1-1. Takes it back to the middle. Oh, no.
Oh, they're so low on health. Another
Get.
hack. You're not getting away.
Silly little Sombra.
Oh.
We got a match pause.
Yeah, have a bit of a pause. We'll just have to see. That's the nature of a live event. But this is the stage I want to get back to because everyone talks about Push, being almost as steamrolly as the mode it replaced. But I think there's nothing more exciting than actually when you get a competitive Push game, when it's back and forth as Blizzard intended, as they were thinking.
Yeah, I guess my main problem with it is it feels like it's too often like one-sided. Like Splatoon 3 in a way. You just take one and you keep going. That's not going to make sense to anyone else but you, but
I know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
but the thing is it's even more steamrolly.
I don't know. I feel like, at least for me, a lot of my games on Push have been a lot of steamrolls one way or the other. I haven't gotten a lot of back and forths, so this is...
I don't know. It's like, I don't know what everyone's experience on Push is because I've had a lot of games where it has been. I never feel quite out of it because of that generous 10 minutes they give you. Yes, sometimes you do get a roll, but I don't know. Maybe I know how a lot of people have negativity bias where they focus on only the negative events. Maybe for me on Push, it's just positivity bias where I'm only thinking of the positive events. But I don't mind the mode at all. I think it's tons better than 2 CP. I mean, do you remember what we once had? Do you remember getting Volskaya'd?
I like Volskaya Industries.
Oh, okay. So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's not a good opinion, but I like Volskaya.
I don't know. I have had too many times getting held at Anubis or, it's just, or the choke point on Hormer. Why are so many of the choke points on Assault just so infuriating to go up against? But here it's more wide open.
Yeah, it is.
You're playing mirrored.
It's refreshing.
It is more refreshing. I'll die on the hill saying that Push is better than 2 CP.
I don't think you even need to die on the hill. I think that's just the common opinion.
I know it is the common opinion, but also our resident Overwatch expert, Nerdy, has some very strong opinions on Push as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not really too much of a fan. Because I think there is a little bit of some teams like to pull a strategy, which I don't think was intended in the general strategy, but they take advantage of the forward spawn. Like they don't take the first checkpoint when they could because they want to keep the advantage. One spawn is an advantage over the other. So I could see where maybe that would be something you're ticked off with, or I don't know.
Interesting.
Just try to make it less steamrolly. Another checkpoint maybe. Who knows?
I don't know. I guess I haven't played it enough to have like a very informed opinion, but we're back. We're back, baby. And
the push starts for Meridian Technical now.
And Sombra immediately takes out Cassidy.
Oh, we're heading over to the Sombra cam.
POV.
Here we go.
POV, you are about to destroy the entire team by yourself by doing little silly hands. Beep beep boop pop, you're dead. Beep beep boop pop, you're dead too. Oh, and
Goes on to Taterman. How much damage is going to be brought out? Not too much, as Taterman is pretty well supported, but there he goes down. Soup is also getting a double EMP brought out onto Middleton. They all fall.
Look at
That's
Soup
going to
go.
be the forward spawn gotten for Meridian Technical.
I can count to 1 again. And they are able to get to that first checkpoint. Good for them.
There it goes. They're going to get the forward spawn, but can Middleton fight back?
When we start to see here, I haven't even talked about Moira. Moira is just, I think Moira's already, it's been said, it's just the DPS machine. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Gets hacked, dies. Yep, that's a classic Sombra moment.
Absolute Nova also doing work on the visor. Yeah,
Jeez.
that Super Mage was not going to get away from that.
And the game goes on. I can count to 2 now.
But can you count to 3? That's the magic number.
3 is the magic number. Sombra gonna do silly little things. Maybe hack a Winston or 2.
Here goes Tater Man. Has this Primal Fury available. They're also going to bring out the Rally to start things off. And brings out the Deadeye, but they conveniently just walk around the corner.
Yeah, that is very convenient. Dang. How unfortunate.
It's going to be more of a zoning Deadeye, if anything.
That's
they just wait until to bring out the Graviton Surge, but there's no damage follow-up for it, so Meridian Technical is left looking. Absolute Nova is going to fulfill that, however, taking out Tater Man. This Cassidy is trying to get away. He's very low on health, and he gets taken out.
Seems like a back and forth, but Meridian prevails, and now I think I can count to 3. So where do we go from here? I don't know what comes after 3.
We move on to Meridian Technical's hope in the final point.
4. I don't think I've ever counted.
The problem is for Middleton is like they're now searching. They do not have any ultimate advantage whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Meridian Technical, they have 2, well, I was going to say 2 DPS ultimates, but also Baptiste, essentially a DPS ultimate now. So basically they have 3 right now. They're going to start off with the window and the hack. It doesn't land onto anyone from Middleton, but Absolute Nova is just going to take them out nonetheless, gets both supports out of the way for the Vikings. The Dragons charging toward the final point.
Swaps to Hamster. Little ball man. An interesting play. Gets hacked immediately. Dies, presumably? No, he's alive. No, never mind, he was dead.
Yeah, one last coalescence to try to turn things around, but indeed Meridian Technical takes the push match and is going to be going into Escort at match point.
See, that little last bit is what I usually experience in my games. It either happens to me winning or losing. I know, it's crazy to think of like one way or the other, but that's usually what happens to me. Man, this window is absolutely crazy. Just
Look,
gave them so much room.
I'm just glad as a caster to get this mode put into Overwatch 2 where a game can only be 5 minutes. I'm just glad for my voice's sake, because how it used to be in Overwatch, you'd go into Escort, Hybrid, then Escort, most long drawn out, and then possibly would go into Assault where it can either be a sweep or you could just end in a draw, at which case I'm just glad we have a bit of a pace break in push. And we're going to Circuit Royale. I was hoping, of all the Escort maps, I was hoping for the new one, because this one's sleek.
I do like Circuit Royale. That's the
Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco. I do know that one. I like that one.
Yep.
That's nice.
Monte Carlo, the city. Monaco, the city-state. Because Monaco is the small country that Monte Carlo is in.
I'm not very good at knowing my locations.
You're not good at geography? You didn't watch your Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego growing up?
I didn't do that.
You didn't play those
I'm
games?
sorry.
Okay.
I was too busy watching SpongeBob.
That is before your time. You were watching SpongeBob
I was
instead.
watching SpongeBob.
Yeah, I don't know what geographic information you can pick up.
Oh, he lives in the ocean.
He lives in a pineapple under the sea. But that's the only thing in geography you ever learned.
I don't know.
And
it could be in Pacific Ocean.
Texas exists. No, Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. Is it Pacific Ocean?
Yeah, Bikini Bottom is based off Bikini Atoll, which is in the Pacific.
How did they get to Texas from there? Oh wait, no, Texas. Wait, Texas touches the Gulf of Mexico.
I know. They probably went through the Panama Canal.
They go all the way from California through?
California through. And then went back in the water for extra effect that they could.
Man, Cindy went on a journey.
She went on a journey. That is true. They had to haul that tree dome all the way over through desert before they could get it on a ship. Or they just place it on a ship and sail through the Panama Canal.
Man, that really opens my mind on SpongeBob lore. I never
so
thought I would
much
be here.
lore. See, this is why you need to know your geography. It opens up lore.
They live in the ocean.
Alrighty, here we go. Ready to head out.
Race car.
Out of the nondescriptive club that is definitely not a casino in any way.
That's the club.
Oh, wow. Right off the bat with the Hanzo. Making Middleton think a little, they're just going to still, it was more for show at this point. They can still use the, payload for their tank.
You cannot forget, you are messing with the law itself.
Can anyone escape? He's not taking any damage whatsoever. Middleton, meanwhile, is just getting a whole lot thrown onto them. But the payload continues moving apace. They get right in the face thanks to that Winston. He's got the Discord Orb thrown onto him, but still manages to survive. Immortality Field thrown up for Meridian Technical. And with a few picks, it looks like Middleton's going to be held to this first choke, the Archway.
Okay, I thought I was going crazy for a second. I thought there was a Sombra again, but no, we're fine. We're safe.
We're safe. For now.
Today. We start to see here. Yeah, just looks like a really strong hold here.
I mean, as long as the law is uncontested right now,
right,
and just continues to pepper damage onto the Dragons, or I'm sorry, the Vikings, the Dragons are the ones peppering the damage, excuse me. As long as they pepper damage onto Middleton right now, then it's really hard for them to even get to the payload. I mean, there he goes again. He just keeps on taking them out.
I guess best I can really hope for right now is getting that Winston nanoed and just seeing how much damage you can do with that. Because, man, this is very hard contested, except for somehow Genji was able to push it up a little bit. Just a little silly little push. And here he comes in.
There he
the
goes.
Nano. Yeah.
With the nano, but can they just mow him down? They can.
They can. Wow, that was.
In fact, I think it wasn't even it wasn't even Taterman that got hit with it. It was Super Mage that got nanoed.
We see a team kill. You know what that means.
I think they were trying to go for the Nano Blade, but Super Mage didn't have it.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
And so now that Nano heads all the way back to 0 in terms of charging.
Oof.
And this long range, I mean, not only do you have the Law, who's just working on the sound zone, but you also got the BAP, who can do great work from long range. You got the Zen. I mean, this is just a long-range, high-damage composition for Meridian Technical.
I mean, just look at that.
They just stayed on the rooftop the whole time.
Right now, they're literally just like, what do we do? I'm going in.
The Winston.
I'm going in primal mode. Oh, wait, no, he died.
He died
wow,
before he could even use the break.
That was like near instant.
That was tragic. Well, wow. Yeah, I mean, he dives in, but if he doesn't have his team to back him up, he just gets the Discord Orb placed on him, and he's mowed down. We also have a whole bunch of ultimates being built up for Meridian Technical. No. Here we go again. Primal. They do get the Sleep Dart, bringing out the Dragon Strike as well as the Gravitic. It is going to get one. Slam the Brig right down into the ground. She gets taken out.
Deserved.
And Meridian Technical manages to survive through Middleton's main play. They've used their well, they can still nano the Winston and hope he does work. That's going to be the main thing coming up.
And we do see, let's see. Well, Brig almost does have rally that's going to be their next push here, and they also have nano.
Now, last minute swap over toward the Junkrat just so they can, but the Sigma can just push the shield up. But they do manage to get back to the point. This is very crucial. They're about halfway to, Nano Visor is going to be brought out as well as the rally, but Nano Visor has already taken out Banana. Who's the boost going to go on? They actually don't have the Winston anymore to use the boost on. They have brought out the Roadhog, but a stun right from, that's a great accretion from King Swiffer. Oof. Super Mage fighting back, eliminating Soup. Sleep Dart heads out onto King Swiffer as well. They want him gone. But he manages to survive through both the Sleep Dart and the Anti-Nade.
Grab that Sigma. Kill that Sigma.
Got him. Still a ways to push.
Very low.
Oh, but like I said, no one escapes the law.
No one escapes the law. Not even Bob. Bob couldn't even make it out to the party.
Nope. And that is going to be a very effective defense from Meridian Technical. They do not have to drive that far to claim the victory and end this overall match as they head into attack.
That defense was absolutely
I know.
absurd.
It was just, I mean, for the vast majority of the time, it was just them hanging out. Of course, the one highlight we do see here is the one time where they were forced off the high ground. But basically, this
Even
match was
still.
just high ground.
Yeah, that was literally like good 3 minutes just chilling up there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you rarely ever see it get that bad where the team just kind of sits there and is like, well, now what do we do?
It just kind of, you can't, of course, know what is in the team's minds, but if I were to wager a guess, it almost seemed like there was a bit of tunnel vision that got it with the Winston. Like, the Winston has to go up there and dislodge all of them. But Meridian Technical was just so good on prioritizing him as a target, and they had everything they do to just melt his health away. They throw the Discord Orb onto him, and he's gone.
Oh, we do see the May coming out. You know what that means. I can walled!
You did it!
I did it! I made the joke.
Oh, they're
you
playing
laughed.
piano.
You laughed that time, so that means joke successful.
Ooh, we might have a Rhine v. Rhine battle. Oh
Silly little
my.
spot. Silly.
Okay, some shenanigans being brought out.
We also see the Kiriko.
But they do not have the comp to hold them at long range. This is much more of a brawly comp, so they're
Hey, where are
waiting.
these guys?
They're waiting for the ambush.
They have no idea. Wait, Law has an idea.
Oh, no, they get him.
Get him!
Will it
Oh,
work
man.
out? If this doesn't work out, this is a Hail Mary attempt if there ever was one, and it doesn't look like it's working out. No. And Banana, okay, turns it around 4v4.
He's able to push him back a little bit, but will it be enough?
Okay.
Ryan has lost his shield.
But now they're continuing to move forward, and with that May wall gone, it's going to be much harder for them to get that brawl going.
Oh, get that Zen? Oh,
Almost. No, he's bailed out.
Oh, man. That's rough.
Kudos to Absolute Nova, both the DPSs being able to protect their support.
You know, I gotta respect
that's
that
one thing you gotta do.
Yeah.
It's like you're not supposed to run into the enemy team solo as a DPS. You know, you're there to protect your team, including your supports.
Yeah, that's your job. You are a protector. And man, I respect that strat. It almost worked, and that would have been really funny.
Okay, I know this is off topic. Is that Cruella DeVille on on that poster up there?
Is it?
The upper left.
Oh,
See,
yeah,
it's
I
the
see
black
it.
and white.
The fur coat.
I mean, not
The
that
new
it's
hero.
not,
Cruella DeVille.
not that it's any consolation to Meridian Technical right now. They aren't able to, but yeah, they've got it. Cruella is the win condition. Now they got to make it to the Cruella DeVille billboard.
102 Dalmatians. We gotta save the pups, guys. Go, Ryan, go.
Alrighty. Look at it!
It's just.
Now that I pointed it out, you're not going to be able to unsee it at all.
I really can't.
I'm pretty sure
Even in the
Disney's.
building.
I'm pretty sure Disney's lawyers aren't going to be able to unsee it as well. That'll be a fun battle. They push with the Dragon Strike, pushes them
it gets
all into Corella's shop right now. But the Nanaboa is fighting back. This final few meters is proving to be elusive for Meridian Technical.
Wow. And you're starting to see Middleton's ults just starting to stack up. Almost 4 now against Meridian's. Yeah, they got 3, almost 4 as well. So it is still anyone's game, absolutely. It's all up to it's the Cruella DeVille win condition at this point.
Yep. Believe in Cruella. She won't let you down. Attack like a pack of rabid dogs. Like a pack of rabid dogs. Attack right now. Meridian Technical needs to move in. The Law gets the first pick onto Toast. Middleton still has a lot of ultimates left. We do see the Gravitic being brought out. The Blizzard in response. That's a good way to counter the Visor is to freeze him. He manages to survive and just takes out Taterman.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's able to take out one with the Deadeye, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah,
to
it's a last-minute choice, and this Lucio is trying to keep things going. He gets focused down.
Wow, that's Sigma stun?
And it is fur coats for everybody. They managed to make it to the final point. Congratulations to Meridian Technical for winning that one.
Wow, that was crazy.
So Meridian Technical moving on to the grand finals, whereas Middleton's going to be sent down to the lower bracket. Taterman once again getting a play of the game as Reinhardt.
Good old Taterman. Boom.
Just one clutch flame strike as you're running scared.
Get him out of here.
Alrighty, so congrats to the Dragons. They win that one 3-1, but it was an exciting match all around. Congrats to the Vikings for driving this out to a game 4 so we could see all of the stages available to us. And of course, if they hadn't won, we wouldn't have gotten to be graced by the presence of Corella. So that's what was really important for that win.
Thank you. I really needed to see Corella DeVille today.
Yep, I did too. So do you have any final thoughts, Dallin, as we prepare to close this out and ready to bring up a different game?
Remember the Corella DeVille win condition. You need to remember it. Don't forget. Do not forget the Corella DeVille win condition. You need to remember. Do it. That's it.
Don't forget it.
I can
We'll be back with the next match. Congratulations, you did it, Dallin. You did it.
I did it. I won.
At this peak, we're going to leave Dallin and you with a break, and you're not going to want to go away. We'll be back with more high school esports action right after these messages.
Protecting your customer journey from fraud is critical. According to industry analysts, Count's AI-driven platform is the leading solution. From account login to digital payments, Count is recognized for both its customer impact and technology excellence. Learn more at count.com.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. There's a place
like a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored. Down back behind locked doors, yeah. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena, and you're about to join us for our coverage of Rocket League. We've covered Valorant, we've covered Overwatch. Now we move on to Classic Car Soccer as Mid-Highland and Nampa High look to battle each other out. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Colin Majunking, calling all of the action for you today. And Colin, I understand that these two teams that we're meeting here today are pretty much titans, if you will.
Yeah, they both were in their qualifiers, in their individual groups. They both went 4-0, so they did extremely well there. And then when they met in the first bracket, they met each other in the third matchup, and that was when Nampa took it, and they would carry on to the winners finale. Then Highland made their way through the loser bracket to play Nampa again. So it's sort of a rematch of the Titans as well, especially with Nampa being the school that won it all last year as well. So it's definitely a rematch of Titans over again.
Yeah, looking to defend their crown. But the stage that they will be playing out on is much similar to any other Rocket League game that we have. It's going to be a best-of-5 standard 3v3 soccer. And Doc's keys to the game, of course, for Rocket League are never changing, always standing firm, just like the game itself. And that is going to be to set your play style, understand your rotations, play to follow up, and, of course, employ those sweaty comms. Brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Like I said, this is going to be Highland versus Nampa High. Both these teams, as Colin said, has played beforehand in this tournament, so now it has all come down to Nampa High, who has really just kind of coasted through the winners finals, versus the upstart Highland, looking to take the championship for themselves.
Yep, it definitely is. Highland is sort of, definitely eased their way through this bracket a little bit better, where Highland had to struggle, but seeing these Titans go back at it again is going to be an entertainment for all of us here.
And seeing how it is spooky season, we have thematically chosen the appropriate stage. Dragon is going to get things started out as Pine Tree is trying to re-corral the ball. Astronic tries to pass it back over, but it's played over. Shot on goal by Shaggy is going to take it for Nampa.
That's already that explosiveness that this team needs exactly. Just barely 10, 20 seconds into this game. First goal, but it's only one goal so far, so Highland's still not exactly out of it.
Ready to head into the next kickoff. Only 10 seconds have passed, and already Nampa has a lead. But a good kickoff for Highland is going to buy them some time. Snap trying to take it away from Dragon is going to play it into the corner, heads back, and it's going to be played over Nampa. Highland trying to elevate back up is going to miss that one.
Clearing out to the middle. It's going to get a bump, kind of messes them up. Might be a flick potential here. It's going to get blocked by Shaggy. Another save coming out from Dragonism. It is 2 saves back-to-back for Nampa. That's a little bit of disappointment coming out for Highland, but they're kind of just clearing out to mid. Pine Tree's going to go in and rotate off the ball. Dragonism's going to try and clear that off the back, or get a setup on the backboard. It's going to be cleared off there. Highland's not pressing too hard right here, and Nampa has a lot of room to work with here. Off the backboard is going to be a strong clear. He's going to send it right back around for his teammates.
We're heading in a little bit more. J-Dot tries to sneak it in. Not going to find it. Highland's still looking for their first goal. He's looking to actually just try to find a clear at the very least. J-Dot gets a shot back toward the goal. It's dunked down by Dragon. That's the second.
That demo is actually really helpful for Dragons to just get this easy shot right above the net. It makes it super easy, and a lot of teamwork that comes out from that play, and knowing where you need to be at that next step after you've touched the ball.
Ready to head into the next kickoff. Nap gets a slight tap on it, putting it into Nampa's territory. Highland now to rotate in. Gets played past them. Pine Tree with the demo on to G-Dot.
G-Dot is going to miss. Not before Shaggy's able to pick it up. Pine Tree's now going to try and catch it. Doesn't get it. Shaggy's going to miss that touch there. They're going to get a clear for Highland up where Dragonism steps in. Up for the ball. Does get one beat. It's now on Nampa's side. Not before the ball is going to get ping-pong really back and forth here. The shot coming out for Dragonism isn't going to be strong enough, and it's going to be cleared away by Highland. It's just going to go right back to mid. Shaggy's going to have control of the ball. Ooh, but a save on that by Dragon.
Nice little deflect, but quick recontest by Pine Tree. Manages to find the goal, putting Highland to within 1.
Unfortunate little pinch. A good save right there, actually, but, you know, things happen. Doesn't go quite their way, and Highland's right back in it with about 2 minutes, 42 seconds left.
Next kickoff in favor of Highland, but answered back by Dragon, who elevates up, gets a double tap onto it. With the goal. Demo into midfield. As Highland looks to push forward. Oh, the ball is right up in front of the goal. J-Dot diffuses it, pushes it off to the corner. Now Dragon moving up the field with no boost, but is going to be able to take some away from Highland. It goes back to mid. Dragon with another touch, trying to get forward, but is still going to be fighting in mid.
Snap is now already up in that position to push forward. Gonna get a 50 on it. Shot on net. It is going to be saved, though. Snap is going to try and 50 this out. It's going to be head out to mid. No player currently up to try and contest this ball. Shaggy's does send it towards net, but it's going to be cleared easily by Highland's defenders. The pass out middle is any Nampa attacker there to score it. Not really, but Dragonism having control of the ball and a lot of free field to work with is not going to put it in, though. Snap with the save.
That's a really good save by Snap, keeping Nampa from opening up too big of a lead. Head back to mid, and Dragon is able to keep the clear from going forward. Unable to redirect it, and a double commit from Highland is going to make their offense just a little bit more awkward. Try to play it around, not even able to play it around 1 as Shaggy pushes it off to the corner where Dragon is going to try to play it right up above Tronic. Shaggy has it lined up. Ooh, it's just going to miss that.
That could have been that safety net goal they really needed. With about a minute left, there's still a chance for Highland to score here. Being pretty evenly fair here. J-Dot is going to get the stop to the dribble there. Snap now pushing up the pass in the middle. Dragon is going to go ahead and clear it out the middle. Nobody quite there. Might have a shot. Is going to get deflected off to the corner. J-Dot going back around the corner. Does not get one touch. It is an open net, but is going to get saved by Snap. And now Highland has a lot of momentum and territory to push forward with.
They don't have too much time. They've just got half a minute left to try to equalize this back up. A little bit of a tap from Tronic over to Snap, who's dribbling up the field. Pass back toward Pine Tree. Can they make a shot on goal? Unable to push it into the goal, and with the clear by J-Dot, that just might be enough time for Nampa High to squeak out this victory.
Just with 8 seconds, Highland's got to really pick up this offensive momentum. They've got to carry this ball to the other side. The objective of this game is to put it in the net, and Nampa almost does that. And with 1 second left, it looks like Highland might just lose his first game here. Yep.
That's going to be the first game 1 for Nampa, so they are well on their way to taking this whole series. Once again, this is Highland versus Nampa High in the grand finals of our Rocket League Championships you see here. How everything worked out in terms of shots on goal and what actually was scored, and the only thing Highland was really able to find was just a goal kind of out of the corner. Everything Nampa did, they were able to center it up pretty darn well. They had the advantage in side control. Overall, looking like the slightly stronger team, but anything can happen with Highland. What do you think Highland needs to do specifically in order to bring this back?
They could follow a little bit of the path that Nampa's has set out. Their defense is really strong. They have gotten a lot of saves, but one of the goals Nampa ended up scoring was a demolition goal, right? It was a pretty easy save for the defender that was in net if they were in net. You can't save the ball if you're not there to save it. So, you know, perhaps getting a couple demos, and not just demos to score a goal, but demos to mess up rotations as well. That could just also be an avenue to open up a lot of territory for your teammates to work with.
All right, we're going to head into the second match. Highland versus Nampa, and see if Nampa can't continue on their winning streak. Trying to end this all in a sweep, but we shouldn't count Highland out. It was only a 1-goal game, and I have a feeling that we aren't going to see any major blowouts in the grand finals. Both these teams undefeated up until now. Let's see how they do.
Is that best of 5 series? So if Nampa does win this, they put it into match point as well. J-Dot now with the shot at the backboard, does get the second touch, is not going to be able to put it in net, and no teammate's going to be able to follow up. It's going to get the back pass out to Shaggy. Shaggy's going to opt to just kind of carry it across the field. J-Dot trying to pick up on it. Does get a flick around one defender, nobody there. However, it is going to be clear for Highland. No offensive gain for Nampa here.
J-Dot starts out the play. Pine Tree dunks it down toward the ground. Snap comes in. Dragon, Tronic is able to beat him actually in that 50-50. He's taking it away from him. Ooh. Snap also almost gets a shot on goal, so Highland showing a lot of determination and side control to start things out, and that's going to turn into the first goal.
That's exactly what Highland needed. Kind of this this first goal sets the precedent for they're still in the game and they still want to win here. Just catches Nampa out in an awkward position and, you know, get him on the beat, play with speed.
Still plenty of time left for Nampa High to stabilize. Dragon is immediately going to try to clear out the goal by getting a demo on Tronic. Dragon unable to win that 50. Snap passes it back over to Tronic. Trying to find the centering. It is center, but it's a bit high, and a whiff on the shot on goal means that Nampa High is going to just get a little bit more time to defend.
Tronic actually had control of that, does get demoed. Now J-Dot's going to pass it down the other side of the field. He's going to be missed by two of the Highland defenders, but is going to get a clear off. Center on the corner, Dragon is going to try and get a bang clear out. Does get it. Tronic now has control. Going to go for 50. Doesn't get 50. It actually gets faked out of it. Pine Tree's back to pick it up again.
Another save has to be brought out by G-Dot. Follow up. Going to be just a bit too narrow to be that much of a threat. But overall, Nampa High still being kept on the back foot in terms of side control. A double commit there is going to leave this shot on goal just a little bit wanting. Pine Tree also getting a demo onto G-Dot, meaning Nampa High is going to have to wait a little bit longer before they can set up the play they want. G-Dot trying to play around the corner, up above 1-2. A quick shot from Pine Tree, pushes it back toward mid, but it's right in front of the goal and is just going to trickle in.
That's an unfortunate set of series right there. J-Dot does get a good 50, sends it up back to Power Friendship. Does not save Highland this time around and almost actually puts it in their own net for him. Tying it up at 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Right.
About halfway through, and it's still very much competitive, and the kickoff's not going to go too much in favor of either team. Shot from Highland back toward Nampa. G-Dot looking to contest. Sent over to the other side of the field. Dragon beats him to it on the wall. Leaves it for G-Dot. Play off the wall. Redirect by Dragon. Shot on goal. Just denied by Pine Tree.
The aggression coming out from Highland is working towards their benefit. The pass out mid does create a shot, but it's going to be saved by Shaggy. A pretty impressive save nonetheless. Does get one touch. Tries to play it around. Pine Tree sets up. Does not get it. Dragon makes another impressive save for the team. Oh, but then Pine Tree just puts a shot off the ceiling that's just going to trickle in. Catches J-Dot in an awkward position. Not able to put a save on it.
Yeah, that's just one of those that you don't even think. I don't know if he was thinking that far ahead or if it just happened to work out in his favor, but it does put Highland back into the lead. Tronic plays off the wall. Very quick play back toward Nampa High's goal. Need to stabilize, plays it up against Pine Tree. Dragon continues his push up the field. Now G-Dot moves in. Ball pinched way up high, off the backboard, right in front of the goal. Where's the follow-up? G-Dot is waiting for it to be grounded again. But Snap beats him to it.
The bump coming out by Dragonism. Sends the ball out mid. Is going to be sent off the wall again. Dragonism up. Does get one beat. Pine Tree playing shadow defense here. Waiting for the exact touch to make it. Dragonism isn't going to get the one he wants. Snaps is going to clear it. J-Dot has a lot of room to work with. Gets the first touch. Gets it over one. Does not finish it off. Shaggy's going to send back around for a pass. Hits the ceiling. Pine Tree does get the clear though. Right back at Nampa. It does get a shot. It's over the backboard. J-Dot might have one to follow up. And it does.
Perfectly aimed.
Top bins there for J-Dot.
Yeah, just playing with a few pixels, but Manages to get it just low enough, so that's a very hard shot to defend off the crossbar. Tied back up, Nampa High still with the possibility to get another win here. Dragon gets to the ball first. On the kickoff, it's right in front of the goal. It's a bit high off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Highland is able to just punt it slightly over to the side. Nampa High looks like they might have a spring in their step.
They have a lot of momentum here, and a double commit and triple commit is not what Highland wants here. They're committing to that a lot.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
And no follow-up coming up from Nampa High as well.
Pine Tree answers it back, but it's quickly reflected by Dragon. Tries to wait for it to trickle in. The follow-up from G-Dot just misses off of the post.
Well, that could be dangerous out for Nampa.
Well, that's enough altitude that they're going to be able to save it for now. Off the corner, great clear off the wall by G-Dot.
Oh. Oh!
Dragon coming in with a clutch save for Nampa High. I think G-Dot just goes here for the disruption against Pine Tree. Overall, with Pine Tree being the only one near the goal, it works out for Nampa High.
Not the clear you want off the sidewall there. And J-Dot almost got a fake on the defender as well. That sort of helped Dragon to score that goal anyway.
Double commit onto the ball for Nampa High, but at this point, as long as the ball touches the ground, it's not going to be too much of a punishment for them. And that is going to indeed do it. Nampa High now moves on into the match point in the grand finals. Last year's champions looking to sweep this out. Highland being forced into a position where they are going to have to pull off a reverse sweep if they want it. Everything pretty darn even in terms of stats. Side control and total shots, both very much neck and neck.
Yeah, they've been close one-goal games, so neither team is really exactly out of it. Nampa just has that ability to, the teammates are able to pick up on these passes that Highland has yet to do, and Nampa seems very calm in their setting. They know what they're doing, they know what they want, and Highland sort of makes that mistakes every now and then of a double commit or triple commit that could help them otherwise of not committing those resources that don't need to be there. So,
speaking of resources, that's the other thing that I think maybe could be improved is sometimes we do see Nampa taking a very gutsy move to push the ball up the field, having no boost whatsoever. And there are times where they're near the hundreds and they could take it away from the other team quite easily, but they might drive around it or just forget it. So it's always something to keep in the back of your mind trying to manage that.
What your next step should be, after you make a touch on the ball or play, I definitely think that could be tuned up for both teams. Both sides could definitely work on that a little bit stronger.
Not only thinking ahead, but also opportunities where we think there might be a follow-up. It's set up very nicely, but these teams, it seems to be either one shot or done for both of them.
Yeah, the follow-up definitely could be improved.
We're heading into Game 3 at match point for Nampa High. Either is going to get the better of that kickoff, and Shaggy is able to beat him to the punch on that ball. A lot of time in the corner. Dragon keeps it in the corner, trying to center it up. Gets a great shot back toward the goal. G-Dot to follow up, and that's the kind of teamwork we're looking for.
That demo doesn't play an important part there, but that clear, this pass middle is perfect for J-Dot. Catches Tronic just perfectly out of range for it. Makes the aggressive play, but just pixels away from making an important touch on that.
Most of the time, it's only been a one-goal lead for either team, so can Nampa High be able to defy the trend and able to get a two-goal lead? J-Dot to set it up. Shaggy is waiting. Tries to kind of backflip it into the goal. Not going to find it. Dragon takes it away from Tronic. Gingerly clear from Pine Tree.
And there's actually the first demo that I've seen Highland really aggressively go for. And a pass out middle is going to get cleared by Dragon. But Tronic has control of the ball in the corner. Could be a pass out for the teammates. Is going to get one touch. Could set them up. Pine Tree is not going to be able to finish on the ball. And Nampa High is going to go and clear out the midfield.
Shaggy picks up the side boost. 50-50 in favor of G-Dot. Actually not quite in favor. Looked like he might have gotten it, but it's Dragon who has to bail him out on the clear. Tronic is able to play around one. Pinch from G-Dot back over, and there's one demo back in favor of Nampa High this time. Taking Snap out of the mix, tries to take advantage of it, but it bounces off the post.
G-Dot decided not to commit there, let Dragon pick up the ball. Dragons might have another shot on the net here. It does set it up. It is a little bit too wide to be a real shot on net. That doesn't mean, oh, we do have a triple commit for Napa here. This could be the time for Island to take it back, but they are...
they're pretty bunched up themselves.
Yeah. They got to work that out before they can become aggressive.
G-Dot back over to the side. Right now it is just all steady side control for Nampa High. Dragon actually gets a double.
That's going for a pass off the corner. Might get a pass too. Does get the pinch off. J-Dot now might have the follow-up off the backboard if gets the read, not for Snap. Disrupt that.
Dragon gets a shot back toward goal. It might just trickle in, follow up, and he plays it himself to get a 2-0 lead.
Beautiful clear by Dragons in there. Just sets up perfectly. Snap not able to make a right read on that ball and just makes it a really easy cleanup. 1-2 punch for Dragons in there.
And it does seem like Nampa High has cleared up their boost issues. They're doing a great job of starving Highland of that resource, but Highland gets the first kickoff. It's going to be right in front of their goal. Shaggy has to win that, and the pinch off to the side is going to be just good enough for Nampa High.
Sonic, now the touch gets over one.
Oh, that save by G-Dot. Goes in for another one. It's a clear that might turn into a goal. Just off to the left.
Big save there by Snap, making up for that last time around. Dragons are not with a shot. J-Dot, an unfortunate set of events of home team touches there. Shaggy now sending it out to mid. Snap is going to disrupt that. J-Dot getting the touch, might have it over one. Oh, Tronic is going to be able to save that though.
Just barely able to deflect it over to the side. Shaggy is going to be left chasing after this, plays it off the wall. It bounces off Tronic in a weird way. Snap is able to try to keep the play going. G-Dot setting it up for Dragon. They're able to play it around Tronic. And back the side control goes for Nampa High.
Back and forth so far. Dragon with a shot is going to be cleared by Pine Tree. Shaggy has another touch, sending it out mid. It's going to be sent out left by Snap, but now Dragon has control of the ball. Backboard most likely going to go down. It does, and Dragonism is there. Once again with the 1-2 punch to himself. 1-2 combo, I should say.
No, ultimate there wasn't even, I was waiting to see if there were any teammates who were like clearing out the goal, but that was all him. Complete solo play. Yeah. He's definitely alive in the final game. What could be the final game for Nampa High. Now the gauntlet's been laid out for Highland. They have just, barely enough time to maybe score 3 goals. But every little bit of side control Nampa High gets is going to be crucial for them as we move forward into the final minute.
This last minute here, 3-0 is not the scoreline Highland wants to see here. They got to get on the offensive and make some aggressive play here. Don't be reactive, be proactive. And just as I say that, a beautiful shot might be cleaned up. 2 saves back-to-back by Nampa. What an incredible defensive sequence for them. And they're right back on the offensive.
Now just 40 seconds left. That's just a little over 10 seconds for each goal, and that'd be hard to achieve at any level. Snap is going to try to do it. But it's into the wrong goal. He was trying to save that one. I think that's the final nail in the coffin.
That's Dragonism again with that almost pure solo play. Those last 2 touches on net have been always him these past 3 goals.
Well, congrats to him. He's gotten a hat trick for himself, and most likely the victory for Nampa High. We'll just have to see how these final 30 seconds play off. This kickoff's very crucial for Highland. If they can get a goal immediately here, it would keep their chances alive. Tronic pushes it into the corner. G-Dot is just barely able to push it back to mid. And a quick shot by Shaggy. I think that indeed does it. Just 10 seconds left. Nampa High has clutched this.
Yeah, with these last 5 seconds, 4 goals is really hard to come by. Even with about a minute left, it could take forever for for 1 goal to be scored. But as we say, that ball's going to touch the ground, and Nampa High is our grand finals winner for the first bracket.
Congratulations for Nampa High, ending their grand final as the champions 2 years in a row as far as Idaho High School Rocket League is concerned. So now, as we're ready to look back at everything that we have for this game, do you have any thoughts on who is going to be the player of the game? And I think I know who it is.
Yeah, I think we both have an idea of who it is. Dragonism is the obvious pick there. But, you know, I'm going to go with the counter pick of J-Dot. I think J-Dot was also pretty important through that game.
He had really good saves.
Yeah, I thought J-Dot had a really good amount of saves and had enough goals spread throughout 3 games to definitely be a force to be reckoned with throughout this series. So my pick's going to be J-Dot.
All right, we'll see who the player of the game is given over to. It is going to be Dragonism, and you can't really argue for the one player who managed to get himself a hat trick.
Yeah, no, you definitely can't argue. The presence was undeniable in that last series of the game. So definitely a force to be reckoned with.
That also was a very good play onto Pine Tree that we saw there. They were able to get the demo onto him, completely clear out the goal. But then there were other plays where Dragon was just playing solo, and he managed to do it.
Making the threes game look easy.
Well, the player of the game is brought to you by the Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like how Idaho Central helps its members achieve financial success. Dragonism is going to be your ICCU player of the game, and congratulations to Nampa High for winning the Grand Championships. Overall, really being brought into their own in the third and final game. So as we prepare to close this out, do you have any final thoughts, Colin?
I thought it was a good series. I thought as much as Highland battled those first 2 games, they really did battle. They really put a lot forward, and they made it those 1-goal games. It can be very discouraging on the on your moral and mental side when you go to game point and you feel like you've been so close every time. So I think they played hard and they fought their hearts out, and Nampa's just a really good team and a really strong team to fight against.
Well, we'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays for this game and be back with more esports action at the high school level right after this.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Boise State Esports Arena. I'm your hostess for tonight, Joan Glovely Clock, joining you for the Esports Kickoff. High school teams from all over Idaho have come around to play a game tonight, and the game that we're playing is League of Legends.
I am happy to be with you, Joan. We are going to see Blackfoot versus Meridian Technical Charter High School. These two teams have been battling it out in this grand finals. So far, it is 3-0 for Meridian Technical Charter High School. They just need one more win if they want to close out this series in this grand finals match.
And it's always fantastic to see those high school teams playing up against each other. World Championships are going on right now, so obviously there's a meta going on there, but a high school meta tends to be very different from the way that they play at the pro level. There's a lot more variety in the champions, a lot of really cool stuff going on there. We're going to real quickly throw things over to Doc's Keys to the Game to see what he has to say about what we're going to be seeing in this League of Legends matchup.
Yeah, so in League of Legends, you want to focus a strong comp, play to your comp, remember your win condition, and always very important, dragon control. And I think those first two are going to be very important for the teams today.
Definitely, you do need to draft around a strong focus. These keys to the game have been brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes in both free and paid entry events and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. We're preparing ourselves for an upcoming draft in that League of Legends tournament. What's been the story of this tournament so far?
So, Blackfoot and Meridian Tech have battled it out. So far, Meridian Tech has come out ahead. They have not dropped a single game to Blackfoot. And hopefully Blackfoot is looking to change that. Obviously, this is grand finals, best of 7. Meridian Tech already came in with a match win because they had the head-to-head in the group stage. So they were started up 1-0. They've won 2 games. And now they're looking to close this out 4-0.
Well, right now we have Misfortune and Tryndamere bandweighing. Not a big surprise. Misfortune is a bit of a terror, and Tryndamere can be hard to deal with for even the best of players. Mordekaiser also going to be taken off the board. That ultimate, very powerful tool for isolating a target.
Yeah, and seen here on camera, this is Meridian Tech actually in Champ Select right now in the Esports Arena. So it's very exciting to see them play. Unfortunately, Blackfoot was not here. They're a little too far away. And to mention some of these bands, the Misfortune and the Tryndamere are very good bands, specifically because I saw yesterday these players on each team play the Tryndamere and the Misfortune. Specifically, I saw the Misfortune for Meridian Tech really just be a game changer.
I mean, it's such a strong champion. It's a really powerful lane bully early. It scales really well into late game. There's a reason it's been played so much. However, right now we have Caitlyn in the game, a very powerful champion as well. Yasuo going to be picked up on the other side. Interesting first pick for me. A lot of opportunity to counterplay into that. Sejuani going to be the follow-up. Top jungle.
So we've seen Sejuani top at Worlds. We've also seen Sejuani jungle. I would imagine that this would probably be a Sejuani jungle if I had to presume. I am just speculating at that point. However, the Caitlyn is a strong first pick, can be a lane bully. And we also see Pantheon. This could be a Pantheon support. Kate Pantheon bot lane. That's very scary.
It's a very aggressive starting lineup. Fiora going to be picked up very early. That's an interesting choice to lock in your top laner that early. A lot of teams like to pick their AD carry and support together, and maybe they have done that with a Pantheon, but they do have the potential to flex it into the jungle depending on what sort of lineup they want. Very early game focused champion there. Kartha is going to be on the other side. He's been picking up a little bit in popularity ever since he got played at Worlds and had quite a great showing. Nothing quite like clearing your jungle so quickly. You have to stand there and wait for the scuttle crab, the river scuttle to spawn.
Yeah, so with that Karthus pick, it probably will be Sejuani top. And that's where this Fiora pick might come in handy. This Fiora has been picked at Worlds and just around the world and I guess in solo queue as a Sejuani counter. Those vitals,
they do percent HP damage, and they do a lot of damage, and they can really hurt this Sejuani. So we'll have to see how that plays out in the top lane.
Bans come through. We got Aatrox, Lux, Blitz, and I'm going to assume that that's Yone because Yasuo has already been locked in.
Yeah, so really interesting comp on the side of Meridian Tech. Now I'm getting thrown for a loop here.
Okay. Okay. We've got a Camille there locked in.
Yeah, yes. Is this a Karthus bot lane? And
I'm thinking
Yasuo mid, Sejuani jungle, Camille top? We do have the Azir coming out, so
Azir, I mean, he's been pretty popular lately. I mean, of course, he's got some fantastic scaling, and like scaling mid laners have been the way of the game for quite a while at this point. Pyke, okay, that confirms it. That is probably going to be Pantheon jungle. Very strong early game champion if he gets rolling, but he falls off really hard late game. So I like the Azir pickup. Yuumi going to be picked up on the other side. Going to be a very strong champion.
Oh, disgusting.
Especially when you pair that with a bruiser. You put that on a Camille, and she is so hard with like the mobility, with her passive shield. She can be so hard to lock down and eliminate, especially if she's got a Yuumi on her.
Yuumi Camille is such a disgusting matchup. Just the fact that Yuumi exists as a champion is a testament to the fact that I hate Yuumi. I'm sorry. I'm just going on rant.
No, I understand.
But I think Meridian Tech definitely is a smart choice that Yuumi pick can put on the Sejuani for extra crowd control. Could put it on Camille. Lots of good picks, and I think that Blackfoot's team composition leaves a little to be wanting. There's not really any tankiness on it.
Yeah, that is definitely a concern. Looking at the lineups here on the screen, you can see that Blackfoot has not drafted a tank. They do have some defensive measures. Of course, the Emperor's Divide, they have the parry, they have the shield from Pantheon, but there's not a lot of tankiness. They're not going to be taking a lot of hits. All of that stuff is in very short bursts. So that's something they're going to have to be concerned about. I think when you have a team that's very high damage, high tempo, it's important to get ahead early. You want to get that early advantages. So when it gets to the point where your opponent's tanks are starting to be able to survive a little longer, you want your damage to be so high that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. And just for clarification, even though you do see the players of Meridian Tech playing in the background, there is a 3-minute spectator delay. That is just how the league client works. So with that being said, are there any other points you want to mention for either team comp?
Well, I would want to talk about, like, how do you control objectives with these teams, right? Especially if you've got these aggressive teams. We are here at the Idaho Showdown League of Legends. It's a 5v5. They are playing 2 best-of-7. We're playing in at Game 4 here, Summoner's Rift, because what other map would we be playing competitive League of Legends on? Twisted Tree Line? Get out of here.
Howling Abyss.
This is, however, a single elimination game, so once you are eliminated, you are out. And these are the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely happy that it is single elimination in this grand finals. We wouldn't want to do another best-of-7. However, when I was talking to both of these teams, they said, hey, in the grand finals, we want to do a best-of-7 because we just want to do as much League of Legends as possible. We just want to learn. We just want to have fun. We just want to play. And I really appreciated the enthusiasm both of these teams have had.
I love that attitude. For me, like, whenever you go into a game of League of Legends, the goal is not how can I win? The goal is not how can I be the best player? The goal is what can I take from this to make myself a better player? What advantages can I find? Where do I see my strengths as a player? And where do I find myself struggling in matchups?
Yeah, that's something that I really struggle with in just in solo queue.
It's that mental fortitude,
Yeah, it's
right?
that mental fortitude. Like, sometimes you just feel like you're getting defeated in champ select. You get countered because you picked early, and then next thing you know, you're already down 50 CS at 10 minutes. And
I know how you feel. I took on an Udyr the other day, and I felt like I couldn't do anything, right? 3 autos, and there goes my health bar. Well, we're here at the Idaho High School Esports League State Showdown. That's quite a name, but it's quite a series here as we're moving into Game 4 League of Legends of a best-of-7 Blackfoot up against the Meridian Tech.
I will say that Meridian Tech has a really cool school logo. The dragons.
I do love the dragons. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the dragons.
I mean, speaking of dragons, New Dragons on the way. We're heading towards a preseason. Obviously, those haven't changed yet, but depending on what Rift we see, there's always the chance that it could vastly change the state of the game, right?
Oh, Riot would never make hectic and very dramatic changes that would change everything in preseason.
Look, it's not as though they changed the jungle every preseason, right?
I mean,
it's not like you have to relearn your role every single season if you're a jungler.
Hey, now
right?
you have a companion. You will have a companion next season.
I must admit that I am looking very much forward to being jungler. When being a jungler means you get to be a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah. Well, you got to collect them all.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could build 3 of those smite items and just have a bunch of little critters following me around the jungle, I would do it. I would do it.
I feel like that would be a bit overpowered.
There are other minion casters in the game. You got Yorick and Malzahar. Let me have my jungle minions.
I'm just glad that since they are bringing back the Chemtech Drake, that it is not the ridiculous mess it was at the start of the season. So bad that they had to remove it. I forget what it was.
Concerning.
It's like something when you get low on HP.
This soul, when you were eliminated, you basically got a free guardian angel, right? You got resurrected.
Well, that was the old one. I'm talking about the new one.
If we're well, the new one, they upgrade the plants now. All the plants have new effects, and I'm very excited about that. There's a whole bunch of changes in the preseason. Tank mythics are getting overhauled. We get our Sunfire Aegis back to the normal. The Frozen Fist is now back. They're no longer mythics. We've got some new tools. Now it looks like we're getting into game. I'm excited to see what these teams have.
Yep, and we have just a little bit of a farming going on here in the top lane. Just not a whole lot going on right now.
All right, looking over at the Karthus, it's actually going to be in the mid lane, so that is going to be Sejuani jungle. Oh no, it's in the bot lane. Oh my goodness. What in the world?
Yeah, it's just the way you draft. I think you have to click and drag in the spectator. But if it's like you draft and you trade, obviously they were not in roll order.
Yeah, I get that. Karthus does not get picked as a bot laner on a regular basis, okay? This is a very
I've seen enough
decision.
of it this season. I've seen enough of it this season that I am not surprised.
Okay, well, I'm going to continue to be surprised. He has elected to go with the Dark Harvest, which I do think is better when you're laning with Karthus as opposed to compared to the first strike junglers that we've seen as of late. So I am really excited about this. We do see first strike on the Azir, who is going to be laning into that Yasuo. That's going to benefit him quite a bit.
Yeah. So, do you have any players that you are curious about? I think the top laners from each side are going to be the make or break. And as we see here, the Meridian technical players already buying items, already recalling, probably a good sign.
Well, when I think about like your top lane picks, just looking at these team compositions, both Fiora and Camille are terrifying duelists in the right scenario. If either one of them gets ahead, we're talking about a powerful roamer who's going to be roaming down to lanes with huge chunks of true damage to drop in opposing team members. Speaking of that top lane, already a lot of pressure being put down by that Camille. Grasp, really great for those short trades when you just need to build yourself up. Camille Q really lends itself to that.
Yeah, Camille Q is great for trades. It also serves an auto reset, and we actually see Farron the Rebel going in on JRE here in the mid lane. JRE will not actually have to blow any summoners, but Farron helping out their mid laner.
A little dangerous. They're going to put down a little damage, but back off. No all-in quite yet. With that Pantheon, it looked like he kind of just walked out of Fog of War, snuck up on him there. Unfortunately, the Azir doesn't really have a lot of damage in the early game, so it's hard to get any of those ganks off.
Yeah, we actually see already a 14 CS lead here in the mid lane. Jungle and bot lane is a bit more even, but
that top side, that's dangerous.
Yeah, that top side, that Camille is shoving in. Fiora, fortunately, will be able to farm under the turret, but this is just the strength of Camille. Is such an amazing duelist. With that Grasp of the Undying as well, you do not want to fight her because she just gets more HP, as we actually see the Cake TM has to flash, has to use the heal.
Okay, but that flash is such a big deal. Karthus himself is such an immobile carry that when he gets caught out like that, it's very easy to catch him in traps, catch him in roots and stuff. So now he no longer has that flash. The next time that root comes through, he's not going to be able to use that to escape, which means he's going to be stuck there for quite a while, because what that Caitlyn is going to do is drop a trap right under her, but here comes the jungler. We might see some action.
Yeah. We see Volted Adam try to make a gank happen, but gets pulled by the Pike. Is actually taking about 3 turret shots. Is almost dead. Friend the Rebel is coming in. The Pike will secure the first blood. Shovel Maniac has to run away. But the Karthus is out of mana, but now he is dead. He can drop those bursts, but he cannot land his shots. Now the Yuumi is alone. This is a cat versus 3, and this cat will get killed. Friend the Rebel picking up the kill.
Yuumi running out of lives there. What a turnaround from Blackfoot. That was incredible. The attempted dive under the tower from Sejuani got caught up, just Pike pulling in, wasn't able to get out of range in the time. Already had used the Q to commit into an engage onto the Caitlyn. Bit of an ill-conceived, over-aggressive tower dive from Meridian Tech. Played around great by Blackfoot.
Definitely. Now a 3-0 lead. 1K gold lead here at 6 minutes. And despite this 25 CS lead in the mid lane, this is a good sign for Blackfoot.
Well, we kind of expect that mid lane matchup to go that way a little bit, right? Because like Yasuo, it gets double crit early on, gets some really early power spikes. The Azir takes a little bit longer to come online. So the fact that he's getting just fully just a little bit, but is still being standard, as far as I'm concerned, that means Azir has a winning lane.
Well, I wouldn't say a winning lane with this large of a CS deficit. You would hopefully want to have it be a little closer. However, if you are not giving kills over to this Yasuo, that is a good sign in any regard. And now we have a little bit of a brawl in the top lane. It looks like the Camille did not have the second charge on the Q. Now the Cake TM takes a net to the face, gets a couple shots back, a couple of those Skittles, and we just have trades all across the board.
Yeah, notice the trading on the bot lane. Uh-oh, never mind.
Yeah, and it looks like Iowa Joe might just be dead here. Does pop the ultimate, is healing up, is proccing those vitals, but is not attacking the Sejuani. Split focus means that Volted Adam will finish off the kill.
That's unfortunate. If I was in that scenario, what you do is you proc.
Shovel Maniac is getting low. The Scorch comes through. The single target damage on the Karthus is incredible even this early in the game.
Okay, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. The damage from the Karthus does scale exponentially, especially when you've got the Yuumi on you, using that W to boost up your damage. But certainly, that was a lot of burst damage for this early in the game. I was expecting that damage to come the other way when you've got 2 damaging opponents on the other side of the rift, but doing a great job there, the Cake.
The Bola comes through the Glacial Prison and finds nothing.
That's a big cooldown. You got to keep an eye on that one. Doesn't even have to commit the flash for it, just kind of a whiff. So Top Ramen is going to stay safe. That ultimate no longer going to be available here. Not a lot of successful ganks in this game.
Yeah, Top Ramen is getting a little low on mana. Fear and the Rebel will secure this second blue buff. So this Pantheon is level 6, might look for some sort of ultimate. Looks like he is heading towards the mid lane, perhaps. And this Camille actually is going in, just takes a trade. Just trades top, mid. But I think Top Ramen is just fine farming.
Looks like they're not going to commit to that gank in the mid lane. Not a huge surprise. Is maybe going to keep an eye on it. But when you have that wave shoved under your tower, it's really hard for the laner to be able to follow up on your engages, right? Because they need to get that farm to continue being strong. Ooh, not bad little push back. Top Ramen is still going to be taking a lot of damage. Is going to be very low on mana for a lot of the game.
And the thing to notice is that Top Ramen still does not have the TP back from when he used it earlier, just getting harassed by this Yasuo. So this kind of forces him to stay in lane. A brilliant riposte means that Waka gets stunned up, and actually the Fear ultimate comes through. Will Joe be able to proc all 4 vitals? He will not be able to. and Waka will just walk away and actually re-engage, and there's nothing.
No.
The Hextech ultimatum comes through. The ultimatum served is that IOI Joe is dead in the top lane.
When you're playing that Fiora, you gotta get all those procs. Twice now, both eliminations have been caused because he wasn't able to get all 4 of those procs, wasn't able to get that healing field up to keep themselves alive. So unfortunately, that is going to be another elimination. Meanwhile,
actually, the Yasuo comes through, but the Emperor's Divide, but Yasuo just dashes through it as we do not get to see the rest of that trade, but Top Ramen actually does survive somehow. I think Dare as soon as he started taking turret shots, maybe decided to leave.
didn't have to commit the flash, but did have to commit the Emperor's Divide, so isn't going to have that for future fights. That is something to keep an eye on as he's starting to get underneath that tower.
Definitely, and now farming under turret Azir is not the best. Does manage to get at least one more of those caster minions. As we look at the CS lead, very minor CS lead for the side of Meridian Tech in the bot lane. And really, again, this is just leads accumulating in the top and mid lane for Meridian Tech.
Something I want to point out is that we're at about 11 minutes now. Neither team has made any advances towards the dragon. Both teams have been focused on just sitting in lanes, gathering farm, gathering resources. Nobody's made any big pushes for objectives. So which of these teams is going to be the first? You can see that there might be an opportunity here. But no, Blackfoot's not going to go for it.
It looks like Rift Herald is being taken by Meridian Tech, though.
Yes.
So this Yasuo will just assist their jungler.
Yeah, looks like no vision on it. They're going to be able to take it pretty freely. They have the mid lane pushed out. That Camille has pretty strong control over the Fiora right now. Speaking of control, there's the flash.
No, IOI Joe has to flash. Doesn't have TP either. Now, you see that there's bot priority for Blackfoot. At this point, you know the Rift Herald was taken, but the Pantheon is doing Gromp instead of maybe positioning for the Dragon. Maybe that is something that Blackfoot will regret later.
Quite possibly. I think the idea was to put the Pantheon up where he can influence that top lane matchup, because like we mentioned earlier, it is a matchup that could very well change things.
Stuns! Let's see! Third time's the charm! Attacks a minion! And the Hexite ultimatum comes through. Just needs one more! Gets the healing field! And now the Pantheon, Baron the Rebel, does secure it. And IOI Joe finally kills Waka. Although it was not a solo kill, but hey, we take it.
In this matchup, you live and die by your duelist stance and your grand challenge. And oh, speaking of living and dying,
a little bit of Hasagi comes through, and just again, deja vu. The dash comes through the tornado, and now Pantheon is charging in. The wind wall will not find anything, and now JRE might get executed. Baron the Rebel is on a killing spree, but now the Karthus ultimate is coming through. That is a shutdown for this Karthus. The Cake TM will be very happy for that.
All the same, though, I would give the advantage to Blackfoot. 2 eliminations in a very short period of time. Getting that gold onto their laners is so valuable. On top of that, you got multiple ultimates out. You did see multiple ultimates being used on both sides, but when your team is the one that gets the eliminations...
So Shovel Maniac actually overextends. Blackfoot realizes the pike is not there, and Shovel Maniac now might get shoved out. Speaking of dragons, though...
Yes, indeed. You can see that the pressure from that last gank is what enabled Meridian Tech to take that dragon. They had pressure in the mid lane with that Yasuo. They had pressure in the bot lane from the Karthus pushing up. And more importantly, they had a jungler that was still alive. Ferris going down there in that mid lane, having already committed his ulti, was a bit of a problem. They're going to drop the Herald down in the bot lane as well. A lot of bot lane control, and not a surprise. They want to get that Karthus rolling.
So, this Rift Herald, I think that was a little bit of a
visual spectator glitch.
So that charge was achieved, but fortunately for Blackfoot, I think it was a little past 14 minutes, so the plates will not get taken down. Now the Cake TM just barely in range, but now the Yuumi ultimate comes through. Will the Zoomies be able to succeed? And that is a shutdown given over to the Pantheon Fan the Rebel. 4 kills now in this Yuumi. Will this Yuumi have another life to live? You have to believe that this is Burnt Whiskers.
Oh
and
my
Shovel Maniac finishes him off with the net. That's the cat trap.
Great setup for that play by the Meister. Doesn't end up giving his life over, but in exchange, you get more kills on that Pantheon. 4-1 and 2 right now. This is that early game menace that you need Pantheon to be. Roaming from lane to lane, picking up eliminations, getting other teams ahead through assists, through KOs. That's what you want to see.
Yes. However, this Pantheon has opted for the Gore Drinker, so he will not be the lethality Giga. Oh my goodness, that was a brilliant hook flash to stun up IOI. Joe was not expecting it alongside Jerry's roam, means that this is a dead Fiora once again.
Unfortunate. Caught him without the flash, and that's going to be an elimination. Does have the teleport, so they might choose to get back into lane a little bit quicker, but that's one of the downsides when you have these mid lanes where you have to kind of just give up your lane, right? You can't win this lane on the Azir. So you're going to get just shoved in constantly, which allows the Yasuo to be free to roam to these other lanes, to take objectives, to be a force on the map.
And now the KTM will get pulled again. It seems that he misses, or he does not miss the Meister, but actually there's not enough follow-up from the Caitlyn. And the poke damage back means that the Meister is half health. This Pyke is very squishy. That is his passive. Shovel Maniac is just trying to dodge, but the Karthus AoE field. And the Meister might have actually killed his AD carry. And this isn't, I've seen this before. The Yuumi is the last one standing. And Farron the Rebel is the one to finish it off. This is 5 kills with the Pantheon.
Okay, I know you don't like Yuumi, but every time I see a Yuumi all off on her own, I just feel so sad. Don't hurt the cat. Don't hurt the cat. Now we can see here on this elimination, got a little greedy there, and as a result, Karthus able to pick up those KOs. We can see the Yuumi just using Karthus as sort of a you can't come here feel.
Yeah,
right?
So the Meister actually pulled the Karthus into the Caitlyn, where the Caitlyn wants to maintain range. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication.
Happens to the best of us.
Or the Meister just wanted to steal the kill. Who knows? Gets that Pyke gold.
I mean, hey, the Pyke still got the elimination and still passed that extra gold onto the Caitlyn. So it's not a complete loss.
No,
Obviously,
I mean, it wasn't 2 for 2. IOI Joe being very respectful of this Camille.
Yeah, commits the flash, but might pay for it. Is able to dodge away. That could have been very dangerous. That hook shot. As far as I'm concerned, maybe that cooldown should be a little longer.
Farron the Rebel is coming up, but actually we'll get caught unaware. This is level 12 to level 10. It might be a 1v2, but the Fiora is just farming. Farron the Rebel actually doesn't take that much damage. We'll spot out this control ward.
Just gonna clear that vision, and that's what would make that.
Oh, Shovel Maniac gets slowed, gets bursted, and gets killed. And the Meister could do nothing but watch as their ADC evaporated to the power of this very disgusting bot lane.
And that's the downside of not having a tank. You don't have anyone that can really peel folks off of you, can resist that damage for you. The Pyke may be aggressive, but they are getting very punished for this overly aggressive choice.
Definitely. The Meister is 2-2-5, so that is pretty impressive scoreline. However, the AD carry is suffering due to the lack of a tank support.
I mean, like, even if you just had the tank another role, you would have something that would be able to survive a little bit more later in the game as this Karthus continues to scale up, continues to get
in that 2v2, the tank from the top lane is not coming down to the bot lane. However, this is Meridian Tech setting up, has the priority, and we'll get this second Drake unless somehow it gets stolen.
I mean, mid priority is always going to go over to Blackfoot. We have an engagement in the top.
Uses the ultimate, but decides that Camille looks better without any of those vitals procced.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. Had to burn both the flash and the ultimate in order to survive that entire thing. The hook shot just kind of being this constant threat. If you miss that riposte, oh my goodness.
And we've already seen that Waka has pretty good Camille mechanics. Had a hook shot into the dash flash. So barely any reaction time. Waka is just tanking this Fiora damage because this Fiora is so far behind.
I wouldn't say that far behind. Doesn't have a mythic completed, that's for sure. That's going to be a bit of an issue. We can see the Iron Spike chain whip and a Tiamat. So has opted to actually go for 2 very strong components. We do have
the Rebel
the
actually flashes in on Volted Adam. Volted Adam is a tanky Sejuani, though. has armor, has the Sunfire, and it looks like that Blackfoot is taking more damage than they are giving. And now IOI Joe doesn't have the ultimate. Waka will finish him off. That is a nice Emperor's Divide to buy some time. But now JRE is here, flashes in, finishes off Farron the Rebel, Farron the Dead. Top Ramen has to flash away.
All things said, only 2 eliminations there, but that was a great catch out there by Meridian Tech, able to find out those key targets. We're just going to take a quick look at that play one more time here. The engagement, that Hextech ultimatum trying to split up the fight, actually ends up breaking it, but it didn't matter because Joe went down anyway.
And as we look in the picture-in-picture, we see that there's some sort of kerfuffle going on, but I think the Karthus is out of mana. So not actually able to finish it off.
Top lane is going to take the first turret, followed very quickly by the second. Meridian Tech starting to snowball a little bit, does have that gold lead here as all of their team members now have their mythic items.
So JRE is just farming the blue side jungle. That is how much priority and tempo that this team has in Meridian Tech.
Okay, we'd see the Oswald come up to that top lane position. Fiora, sometimes the downside of building the Tiamat is that you are automatically always going to push, right? You can't really freeze a lane if you're constantly hitting the entire wave. And that's what you need to do when you're behind in scenarios like this. You need to freeze that wave, give yourself a chance to gather up that farm so that you can have the gold necessary to get yourself back into the game.
Yeah, and Farron the Rebel just going straight in, but the Sejuani wants the blue buff. Will get it, is taking no damage from this Gore Drinker Pantheon. And now Farron the Rebel has to run away. Will get Glacial prisoned, will get killed. The KTM taking the kill, and now IOI Joe uses the parry, finds nothing on the riposte, and is just running away. But the Camille actually, okay, all right. IOI Joe dies, but that was a little longer of a fight than I was expecting.
A little longer. I expected that the move speed from the Death Stance was going to be used to get them into a much safer position. We do see a catch out on the pike, so that Aftershock is going to be on
the
cooldown.
top Ramen decides to put up the turret, but maybe at the cost of his own life. That Emperor's Divide is very good, and now JRE is burning down this Leandries.
Great Sun Disc there from that Azir.
And now the Pantheon's coming in. Farron the Rebel wants to finish him off. The Yasuo has Immortal Shield, but the Camille is in here. Will this true damage do massive amounts of damage? This Pantheon is just trying to execute, doesn't get the critical strike damage. JRE does survive.
And we talked about this earlier. The Pantheon falls off really hard as the game goes on. You need to have some sort of way to continue still having an option on the map. He needed someone to provide that damage that he couldn't provide. While he was able to get the crowd control, he was able to get through the shield bow, he wasn't able to get the eliminations, and it was a 2 versus 1 engage.
And now we see some ambitious XP and gold sharing here between the top and mid lane. Not necessarily ideal, however, you might see some sort of ambush happen in this tri-brush. No, the Camille just decides to take these things.
Yeah, Meridian Technical doing a fantastic job pretty much in all of their lanes at this point. But surprisingly, like, they've kept that bot lane going. And in my opinion, sometimes you don't want to take the tower, right? Sometimes the lane is going so well for you that you want to maintain the lane state. You want to force them to stay and fight you so you can continue to farm up eliminations, farm up minions.
Not
Take
only
the tower
that,
for leisure.
not only that, but if you kill him, as we might have something happen here. Top Ramen might be caught, might be fried. No. Actually, walks back in. Christopherson will come through. Farron the Rebel is tanking for a little bit. The Meister might try to get some execute, but will not be able to get the animation. The Emperor's Divide finds nothing, and now this is a Karthus with a triple kill. Shovel Maniac will get killed by Waka. Unstoppable now on this Camille, and things are looking very desperate for Blackfoot.
I think we call him Volt Datum, showing us the value of having a tank here. Look at how little damage is taken by the side of Meridian Technical. Yes, they lose their Karthus, but this Sejuani is just sitting here, soaking up hit after hit after hit, not taking any damage. They constantly have somebody in the fight. Camille on the back line, of course, using that teleport to come in while the Fiora is busy.
And now this Fiora just needs a split push, find some sort of gold. They see the Camille in the bot lane. This Camille's level 15.
It is 24 minutes into the game, and Camille has not had a single completed item.
You mean the Fiora?
The Fiora, thank you. The Fiora.
Yeah, the Camille has completed items.
Fiora does not
has
have a
two
single
completed
item. We do see an attempted engage here from Blackfoot, not going to pick anything up, but yeah, this Fiora has no completed items. Even though it was theoretically a very good matchup, just because like the passive damage from Fiora does get around that adaptive shield from Camille, you're not doing enough damage, you haven't committed to a playstyle, you haven't finished a mythic, you don't have that big power spike that the mythic has, and as a result, even though this Fiora is so strong, she's not able to find the snowball that she needs to be effective.
is looking for the 1v2. Will actually get Emperor's Divided once more. Now Top Ramen leaves his support to die, and now decides to go back in. He will dash over the wall. The ultimate from Caitlyn will get win-walled, and now the Cake TM. IY Joe, that was a very fancy move, but it was in the wrong direction, and now the Karthus is running him down with Yumi. This is such a disgusting combination. Make it stop. Godlike Karthus. The Fair and the Rebel will get slowed down, will get killed, and now this Karthus is 12-3-1, and now Waka is just turret diving. The tier 2 Top Ramen will live to see another day somehow.
If you're Blackfoot, you really need your late game carries to come online. But at this point, both of them have struggled so much in their lanes and have fallen so far behind that they just can't keep up. They don't have the damage that's necessary to get through Meridian Technical's health bars, and that's going to give them full advantage to that Baron.
Got 26-30 on this Baron, so reasonable, respectable.
There is a Grand Starfall, so if Blackfoot is able to get a ward down, they might be able to drop Baron right in the middle. Nope. Looks like they're going to just pick up the Baron for Meridian Tech.
I think at that point you're just donating another kill over to Meridian Tech.
Maybe, but there's always the chance of like a Baron steal, right?
You know, legends never die. It's not over until you admit defeat or until the Nexus explodes. Even then, you can refuse to admit defeat. I don't know.
I don't know. Like, you can live in denial, right?
I live in denial every day.
Shurima is theoretically based on, you know, Egypt, so there's
Shurima is
right
still
there,
the greatest
right?
empire in Runeterra.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely didn't, like, peter out ages ago, only to be recently resurrected by a chicken man.
Chicken man.
Honestly, I really want, like, you know the Galio chicken skin, that chicken suit skin? I want that for Azir.
Kentucky Fried Azir.
Yes, give me chicken suit Azir. Give me, gosh, you can't really take Birdie out and make that into a fun pun, can you? But speaking of,
Jerry might have bitten off more than he can chew. He only gets one knockup, and now this Yasuo cannot survive the 1v4. That is one Baron buff and a shutdown for Blackfoot, but Blackfoot, the Cake TM actually will die, gets executed again. That is a 1k shutdown. More shutdowns going through, but this Karthus ult will come through. And it's Caitlyn! Why are you standing right now? That is quadra kill!
Did you see how much damage that did? Holy cow!
That was almost a Karthus pentakill from the death.
They are going to keep one alive just barely. Let's take a look at this fight again as we can see the engage onto this backside. Cake is just dealing so much damage this whole time, right? You do manage to get that elimination, but he's sitting there splitting up the team in that ultimate. Watch this. Look at that damage.
Well, the Shovel Maniac just stood there.
Oh
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes there's only so much you can do.
I suppose that's true.
I mean, it's not like you could dodge a Karthus ult if you don't have some kind of
I was talking about the
invulnerability
Karthus Q.
The Q is absolutely something they could have dodged. Looks like it's not going to matter too much. Meridian Tech is going to end up taking a couple inhibitors for themselves with that Baron power play as they continue to push on into Blackfoot's base.
Yeah, so right now I'm just looking at Karthus' items and I'm wincing in pain. Just looking at that and imagining if I were playing against that.
I'm just quietly saying goodbye to solo queue.
Goodbye.
You know, because you just know that the viewers at home are going to want to emulate this. The Yumi Karthus, right? And like, as far as I'm concerned, the two, they both have great synergy, but they also really, really don't. Because a lot of Karthus' value is the fact that when he gets eliminated, he gets to sit there and just dump out his entire kit.
Well,
for a period of like 5 minutes.
It's a 2-for-1 combo, and this will be Infernal Soul. Whoa. And it looks like Derry is going very deep. Actually, we'll get... okay, just gets bounced all over the place. Now Glacial Prison on Fair and the Rebel. And for now, Blackfoot will retreat. I don't know if they want to take this fight with the Infernal Soul, but they might have to because they get slowed. Oh my god, that is so disgusting. And now, IY Joe, I've seen this many times. Can they get the proc? They can't get the proc, but will it be enough? They walk out of the healing field.
Why would you do that? That's unfortunate.
And we see Yumi steal a kill on the Pike. Fair and the Rebel has a tall task ahead of them. Now Shovel Maniac on this Caitlyn has a Kraken Slayer, doesn't have the Lord Dominic's completed quite yet. However, the Yasuo will be ulting on the Kate, and this Caitlyn will just have to retreat back into the fountain. Actually, Camille gets shut down by Fair and the Rebel. Fair and the Rebel is walking straight into the team of Meridian Tech, though. Caitlyn will come through, will not find anything, gets blocked by Sejuani.
Maybe a little too late at this point. Meridian Tech advancing. They are getting halted here. They do still have that Baron buff. No, that's going to be taken out.
Oh
Goodbye.
no. Adios.
Oh my goodness. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like the Pike will get one execution. Will he be able to find two executions? They've only found the Yasuo so far. IOI Joe has to flash back into the fountain, and they're just attacking the base. They're ignoring the Caitlyn.
I mean, they're not doing enough damage to really be a threat here. All of the focus.
IOI Joe is trying so hard to kill this Karthus, but it's not going to happen. The Meister has to jump back in the base. Blackfoot just has to keep on jumping in the base, and they're respawning. They're in the Rebel. He uses the Gore Drinker. He's trying to clear the minions. He's trying to kill, and it's not enough.
You know, it's unfortunate. You build your entire team comp for offense, and it's just not enough damage to deal with those tanks.
So Meridian Tech will win the grand finals of the League of Legends tournament 4-0 against Blackfoot.
And congratulations to Meridian Tech. Not to say that Blackfoot was a bad team. I thought we saw a lot of really great plays in there. I really liked the Pantheon early on. I think you just needed something to use the Pantheon to push that ahead.
Definitely. The Pantheon went the Gore Drinker while getting ahead, and then I think if that Pantheon goes lethality, maybe is able to pick up a few more of those kills. Could have seen it go the other way.
Definitely. I do think, though, that we have plenty more to see today, right?
Yeah,
maybe not any more League of Legends action, but I do think we have a lot more high school esports action that'll be coming to you. But first, we're going to take a break.
Protecting your customer journey from fraud is critical. According to industry analysts, Count's AI-driven platform is the leading solution. From account login to digital payments, Count is recognized for both its customer impact and technology excellence. Learn more at count.com.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. Where you still see your shadow on the wall, like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, try to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghost, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game, I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
I know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in, 'cause my flies were too hard to deal with. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place. In this place, I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? In the first place? I know I jump into things too fast. I thought I could trust you right off the bat. Instead you turned my vulnerability against me and tore apart the heart from my sleeve. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place. In this place, I wouldn't